Good morning. My name is John Linderman. I'm the U.S. co-chair of the Yukon River Panel. I'd like to welcome everybody to our 2022 Yukon River Panel preseason meeting. Looking forward to some good discussion, reporting out and presentations during this meeting regarding Yukon River fisheries, and appreciate everybody's attendance and participation. Mr. Co-chair, if you'd like to have a few introductory comments.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. I would also like to welcome panel members, advisors, guests, and observers to the Yukon River Panel's 2022 preseason meeting. My name is Steve Gotch, and I serve as the Canadian chair of the Yukon River Panel. I'm joining the meetings today from the traditional territories of the Kwanlundun and the Ton-Quechan First Nations in Whitehorse, Yukon. If I may, Mr. Chair, I'd like to provide some brief opening remarks. To begin, I'd like to acknowledge that participants are joining the meetings throughout the week via a hybrid format where we have both in-person and virtual participation of members located in Alaska and Canada. This is being made possible through an internet-based platform. We recognize that this hybrid format may create some challenges compared to a fully in-person meeting. However, we do appreciate the patience of participants as well as the interest from those members of the public who are viewing the live stream of this meeting online. I'd like to extend our appreciation to the International Pacific Salmon Commission Secretariat who are hosting and administering this meeting session, specifically Mr. Tom Alp, Victor Keong, Christina Langlois, and John Sun, located in Vancouver, British Columbia. This meeting marks the start of the 2022 Yukon River salmon season. Over the next 2 days, we will receive information on anticipated returns, proposed management strategies, as well as updates on research activities focusing on Yukon River salmon. In addition, the Yukon River Panel will be announcing decisions on projects which have been selected to receive funding through the Yukon River Restoration and Enhancement Fund in the coming year. The information shared at this week's meetings is intended to inform the United States and Canadian fishery planning through confirmation of conservation objectives and establishing expectations regarding fishery opportunities for Canadian origin Yukon River salmon stocks. The Yukon River Panel acknowledges that over the past several seasons, these stocks have experienced considerable uncertainty and largely disappointment, both from a fishery and importantly, a conservation perspective. We acknowledge that Canadian origin Yukon River salmon stocks continue to experience a period of declining survival and production, a situation which is also being experienced by a number of northern Chinook and Chum salmon stocks in the North Pacific. It's with this understanding, coupled with the acknowledgement that a precautionary approach will continue to be required as we move into the 2022 season. Mr. Chair, I look forward to our proceedings over the next 2 days and appreciate both the participation and patience of members and online participants as we administer this hybrid meeting session. We will endeavor to follow the specific meeting items at the times identified on the agenda, but note that some adjustments may be required as we move through our agenda. Mr. Co-Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate those details and orientation for all participants, both observers, panel members, and other online folks. Before we begin our agenda, we'd like to start with an opening prayer. I'd like to ask Lower River Advisor, Edward Adams, to do our invocation. Edward.
Akawalia, Pichiharas, Kayakanikhluta, Samianum Kaygaluta, Saklaku, Nakhonitalak, Kaputak, Kuyaklaku, Ilabukumakut, Umiam Chakril rate, Hosoka, Kumuknik, Chakril rate, Ikai Huluki, Tamktoi, Ichtakum Kamakan, Ansuku, Kaygakut, Meshoni. Liters to 20. Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen.
Thank you very much, Edward. Appreciate your invocation and the opening ceremonies of our meeting. Our next item on our agenda is to go through some additional welcoming remarks and introductions. I'd maybe ask Mr. Co-Chair if he would like to start with introductions for the Canadian section.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and acknowledge that we have a hybrid meeting format, so I'll do my best to call on individual panel members if you could introduce yourselves and the community that you're from. We'll start in the Canadian Yukon River Panel delegation meeting room with Mr. Stan Ajutli. Go ahead, Stan.
Yukon River Panel member from the Porcupine River and from uptown Old Crow.
Dennis?
Dennis Zimmerman, Canadian panel member from Whitehorse, Yukon.
Tim?
Hello, Tim Gerberding, panel member from Dawson, Yukon. Thank you.
And next we'll move to our virtual online participants. We'll go to James.
There we go. Yes, good morning. My name is James McDonald. I am born and raised in Whitehorse, Yukon. Pleased to be joining you from Whitehorse, Yukon. I am a member of Yukon River Panel, chairman of the Yukon Salmon Subcommittee, and I just want to take a quick moment to wish my grandmother, Frances Wolsey, a happy birthday next week. She is a former Yukon River Panel member herself.
Thank you, James, and happy birthday. Okay, next we'll move to Pauline Frost, who's joining us from Old Crow. Pauline, can you hear us? If you can, go ahead with introductions.
Fun Queensy, everyone. It's great to be here virtually. So I'm a Canadian panel member. I'm a Vantakwichan citizen, and I'm currently in my community of Old Crow in North Yukon. Thank you.
Thank you, Pauline. And then next we have Robert. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Robert Perry, and I'm from the community of Whitehorse, and I'm a Yukon panel member. Thank you.
Robert. And we do have regrets from two of our Canadian panel members who were not able to make this week's session. Carl Sidney from Teslin, Yukon, and Michelle Dawson-Beatty from Champaign, Yukon. Regrettably are unable to participate during this week's session, Mr. Co-Chair. Quick question, did you want us to proceed with introduction of advisors as well at this point?
Yes, Mr. Co-Chair, I think that would be appropriate, given that we'll be going through U.S. section advisors.
Great. Thank you for that, Mr. Chair. And so perhaps we'll start in the Canadian advisor delegation meeting room in Whitehorse.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Mark Ross. I'm Yukon River Operations Manager with DFO. First time with this session, and thank you for having me.
Morning, everyone. Steve Smith. I'm the Canadian co-chair for the Joint Technical Committee and work for DFO Whitehorse. Thanks.
I'm Kathy Merkel, and I'm a senior treaty implementation advisor for DFO.
Jason, wave goodbye. I don't know if you caught that. That's Jason Jim, Yukon Salmon Subcommittee. We also have Geraldine Pope with us, but she just stepped out for a minute.
Thank you very much for that. So Next, we'll go to our virtual, our Canadian advisors participating virtually, and I'll just go in alphabetical order here. So Brandy, go ahead with introductions.
Good morning, Dante. My name is Brandy Mays. I am a Tegishquan and a citizen of our beneficiary of Kwamandun First Nation. I'm the operations manager for Kwamandun Lands Heritage Lands and Resources. I'm very happy to be here and looking forward to our discussions today. Thank you.
Welcome, Brandy. Next, we'll go to Dennis from Mayo.
Hi, I am Dennis Nickley. I'm attending on behalf of Natchanak Dun. It's the first time I'm attending these meetings, and there's a lot of information, so thank you guys for the opportunity.
Thanks for joining us, Dennis. Okay, next we will go to Jillian.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Jillian Rourke. I'm a Yukon River Panel Canadian advisor, Yukon First Nation advisor on behalf of Teslin Tlingit Council in Teslin, Yukon. It's good to see you all.
Thank you, Jillian, and welcome. Next, we'll go to Carly.
Hey everyone, my name's Carly Knight. I work for Chum in Dawson City, Yukon.
Thank you very much. And then I believe we also have Natasha in Dawson. Is that right?
Good morning, everybody. I'm Natasha Ayub, and I'm Natural Resource Analyst and the TH Technical Advisor, Chondakwichin First Nation in Dawson City. Jin Hoso.
Thank you very much, Natasha. And we also have a number of Canadian technical advisors and support staff participating in this week's meeting, both from the Joint Technical Committee, from the Department of Fisheries and Oceans Canada, as well as the Yukon Salmon Subcommittee. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. I believe we'll start with U.S. delegation introductions here at the in-person meeting room in Anchorage, Alaska. First, I'd like to recognize Nick Ellickson, who works for Department of Fish and Game. He's off camera, and he's the one working behind the scenes to move the camera around in our location, and our panel coordinator for the U.S. section in that regard. But first, we'll begin on this end of the table with Jennifer. Please go ahead and introduce yourself.
Good morning. My name is Jennifer Hooper. I'm a Lower River advisor, and my I guess professional capacities, I work for a tribal consortium that provides various services to the lower communities of the river from Mission down to the mouth. Good morning.
Good morning and welcome everyone. John Lamont from the Lower Yukon District Y1 alternate panel member.
Hi, I'm Rhonda Pitk. I'm a panel member. I'm from the Village of Beaver, and I'm chief of the Village of Beaver, among other things.
Good morning. I'm Lisa Stubbe. I work for the Alaska Department of Fish and Game, and I'm the Yukon River Sport Fish Division Management Biologist.
Hey, good morning, everybody. My name is Zachary Lillard. I am the U.S. JTC co-chair, and I also work for the Department of Fish and Game here in Anchorage with the Division of Commercial Fisheries as the Arctic Yukon Kuskokwim Regional Research Coordinator.
Good morning, everyone. I want to welcome everyone to our panel meetings here. My name is Sven Pauken, Community of St. Mary's on Lower Yukon, alternate panel member.
I'm Tore Adam Senior from Nunamiko.
I'm Eric Weingarth from St. Mary's, panel member for Lower River.
Good morning. My name is Caroline Brown. I am the statewide research director for the Division of Subsistence for the Alaska Department of Fish and Game, and I am also the alternate U.S. co-chair.
Good morning, John Linderman, Alaska Department of Fish and Game, the Arctic Yukon Kuskokwim Regional Supervisor for the Division of Commercial Fisheries, and I am the U.S. co-chair of the Yukon River Panel.
Good morning, everyone. I'm James Kelly from Porcupine. I'm here as an advisor.
Good morning, I'm Matt Keys with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and the federal representative on the Yukon panel. Thanks.
Good morning, Dina Jallin with the Alaska Department of Fish and Game, Yukon River Summer Season Manager.
Ragnar Alstrom, panel member from the Yukon Delta village of Alaknuk.
I'm Jennifer Williams. I'm the Lower Yukon advisor from Emonic in District 1.
Good morning. I'm Christy Gleason, the Yukon River Fall Season Manager with Alaska Department of Fish and Game.
Yeah, good morning. I'm Fred West with the Alaska Department of Fish and Game. I'm the summer season research biologist.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. My name's Chuck Brazil. I'm the Arctic Yukon Kuskokwim Regional Management Coordinator for the Alaska Department of Fish and Game, and I'm also the U.S. Management Representative on the Joint Technical Committee.
Great, thank you, everyone. That concludes introductions here in the in-person meeting room. We also have several of our delegation members online. We'll start with panel member Andy Bassich. Go ahead.
Good morning, everyone. Andy Bassich, panel representative from the Upper Yukon at Eagle. I'm coming to you from my homestead here at Calico Bluff, sitting about 300 yards from the frozen Yukon River right now. So I have the best view. Good morning.
Thank you, Andy. Next, we'll go to Virgil Umfenauer. Go ahead, Virgil.
Good morning. I'm Virgil Umfenauer. I live in North Bow. I'm the alternate panel member for the Upper Yukon. Thank you.
And next we have Ellen Yasumi Ishii.
Hi, good morning from Juneau, Alaska. My name is Ellen Yasumi Ishii. I'm the U.S. federal alternate panel member and also NOAA Fisheries representative.
Thank you, Ellen. Next we have Brooke Woods.
Good morning. My name is Brooke Woods. I'm from Rampart, and I serve as the chair for the Yukon River Intertribal Fish Commission, and I'm employed with UAF Indigenizing Salmon Management. Good morning.
Thank you, Brooke. And then we'll have some quick introductions of some of our delegation members. I guess we'll go with Bonnie Borba first. Go ahead, Bonnie.
Good morning. My name is Bonnie Borba. I'm the Yukon Area Fall Season Research Biologist for the Alaska Department of Fish and Game Division of Commercial Fisheries. I'm based here out of Fairbanks. I'm on the JTC committee. Welcome to the meeting.
Thank you, Bonnie. Next, we have Serena Fitka.
Hi, good morning. My name is Serena Fitka, Executive Director of the Yukon River Drainage Fisheries Association. Welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Serena. Next, we have Holly Carroll.
Good morning, everyone. I'm the Yukon River Subsistence Fishery Manager for the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, and I'm based here in Anchorage.
Thank you, Holly. And I believe lastly, we have Carl Pfisterer.
Sorry about that. My name is Carl Pfister, Alaska Department of Fish and Game. I'm the regional sonar coordinator for Alaska Department of Fish and Game. So I oversee the Pilot Station Eagle and Vic Kuskokwim projects. Former JTC co-chair. It's been a long time since I've been in one of these meetings, but it's good to listen in.
Thank you, Carl. Mr. Co-Chair, that concludes introductions from the U.S. delegation. Maybe to confirm that introductions are completed on the Canadian side.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We do have, as I had mentioned, a number of other Canadian federal representatives who will be providing presentations throughout the course of the next 2 days. And certainly, probably for sake of efficiency, we can introduce those individuals in providing their presentations. But beyond that, no further introductions at this point, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for that confirmation. So next we'll move into the next item on our agenda is a brief review of our action items from the January 2022 postseason Yukon River Panel meeting. I'd maybe look to Tom Alp if he could bring up the action items document on the screen, and I'll do a brief run through. Thank you, Tom. Appreciate that. Action item number 1 from January was the Yukon River Panel implemented a traditional knowledge subcommittee with the intent to focus on informing and guiding the panel in its deliberations and decisions on an escapement goal for Canadian origin Chinook salmon. The Yukon River co-chairs did work with the respective subcommittee members that were identified to and volunteered to participate in that subcommittee. And we did have a fairly brief 2-hour initial meeting in mid-March and had discussion on developing a statement of purpose and some initial discussion on developing a terms of reference that would help to guide and govern the process associated with that subcommittee. There's still much more work to come with respect to that subcommittee. Again, it was a fairly quick and short meeting, but we did make some initial progress, and certainly looking forward to additional activity of that subcommittee over the coming months and years would be a fair expectation, I believe. Mr. Co-Chair, any additional comments to that effect?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Not at this point in time, other than to say that the work of the subcommittee will indeed continue. Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Next, the panel identified several different proposals to submit questions to proponents in that regard. Those questions were submitted for response in the context of 2022 R&E Fund proposals. The co-chairs then did work with the PSC Secretariat to develop and advance feedback to proponents on 4 specific projects associated with the guidance documents on the R&E proposals. That was accomplished. The co-chairs did finalize and through endorsement of the Yukon River Panel, the terms of reference for the Yukon River Panel Communications Committee. That is now an active terms of reference that's being utilized by the Communications Committee and the panel to interact with the committee and develop, review and approve communications proposals. Next, the Communications Committee will annually, based on that terms of reference, prepare conceptual proposed outline for 2023 and future Yukon River Panel Education Exchange, the Yukon River Panel Education Exchange Program. And there will be more discussion on Communications Committee proposals, actually on one of the next agenda items, so we'll have more details from the committee and the panel at that time. The Yukon River Panel co-chairs did review a series of videos that were produced a couple of years ago as part of a Communications Committee campaign in that regard, and identified some edits and new narrative that will be developed for those videos, and are working currently with the contractor on that program to finalize those videos. And we hope to have that task completed fairly soon, and those videos would be available for utilization by panel members, members of the public that have interest and so on the Yukon River Panel website. The Canadian section did provide feedback on the draft stewardship guidance document that will be available to proponents on the R&E fund for stewardship based proposals. Again, there'll be additional information associated with that guidance document as we proceed through the R&E fund topic. The JTC has for several years now been tasked with conducting a detailed analysis, run reconstruction, and development of recommendations associated with the Canadian origin escapement goal for Canadian origin Chinook salmon. The JTC did complete that task at this meeting and did report out with its recommendations to the panel. And again, we'll have additional agenda topics further down in our agenda and speak to that in a little bit more detail. With respect to action items associated with the Yukon River Panel R&E Fund 2023 call for proposals, there is language, and we've discussed and talked about adding some additional clarifying language on the value of and the utility of those guidance documents and following the guidance documents for use by both the JTC and the panel associated with our ability to evaluate, review, and make final decisions on R&E proposals. So that will be additional language that post-meeting the co-chairs will have communication on with the Pacific Salmon Commission Secretariat on including that additional language in the 2023 call for proposals. The PSC Secretariat did extend the deadline for public comments for the current 2022 call for proposals, R&E Fund call for proposals, and it was extended from December 31st, 2021 to March 1st, 2021. And again, when we get to the R&E Fund topic, we'll have some more discussion and reporting out with respect to outcomes of the overall decisions and any public comments received. And lastly, the Yukon River Panel did schedule its 2022 preseason meeting for the week of April 4th, which is as we're meeting now at this time. That concludes the action items from the January meeting. Mr. Co-Chair, any additional comments?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No additional comments at this time. And I will also, I guess, on behalf of the Canadian delegation, confirm the action items as well as the specific actions taken in response to each items, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Next on our agenda is we'll have a report from the Joint Technical Committee co-chairs on recent activities and meetings of the JTC leading up to this April 2022 preseason meeting. I guess I'd look to Tom with Pacific Salmon Commission to queue up the presentation, and when the co-chairs are ready, the floor is theirs.
Okay, thanks, Tom. Good morning, everyone. As I mentioned earlier, my name is Steve Smith. I am the Canadian co-chair of the Joint Technical Committee to the Yukon River Panel. Myself and Zach, my U.S. counterpart and co-chair of the JTC, will share presenting to the panel the proceedings and outcomes of the JTC's work since the last panel meeting, which is largely based on the work done at our preseason meeting. Slide 2, please, Tom. So the JTC met virtually, as has been the norm lately, and that meeting took place over 4 days from March 15th through March 18th of 2022. In attendance were regular members from both the US and Canada, as well as a number of guests. I'll point out that the extensive number of guests were largely in attendance as experts and members of the subcommittee related to the work that the JTC carried out related to the development of the Yukon River Chinook salmon escapement goal recommendations. I won't go through the list, but they're listed there on the slide in terms of members and guests. Slide 3, please, Tom. The objective of most significance for this meeting was the development of an escapement goal recommendation for the panel. This work took the better part of our meeting. We'll go through each of these elements in more detail in the following slides, but we took steps to update members on the peer review process and status of the various products related to that work. We then focused on establishing a consensus-based approach to developing a recommendation. We considered sources of guidance and information. We identified and prioritized escapement goal objectives. We also evaluated the current interim management escapement goal, or IMEG, against the new information that we have. We reviewed and discussed other considerations that weren't explicitly addressed in the analysis. And finally, we wanted to provide not only a recommendation, but an explanation as to how we landed on our recommendation and what was and wasn't incorporated into the escapement goal recommendation. Slide 4, please, Tom. So the peer review meeting hosted by the Pacific Unit of the Center for Science Advice occurred over 3 days from January 18th through 20th of 2022. There was a total of 26 participants from various government, First Nation, academia, and independent individuals. This included 3 formal reviewers that helped set the foundation for the meeting. The results of the meeting were that all reviewers and participants agreed that the objectives set out by the working paper were met, that the work presented was deemed to be of high quality, appropriate for informing management, and felt would form a solid basis for any future work. Common biological benchmarks describing the stock dynamics and production were confirmed. There were a number of matters that were identified requiring future consideration or research. Those related to stock demographics or the change over time in age and size, better understanding the implications to substock components of the larger aggregate of Canadian origin Yukon Chinook, better understanding implications of en route mortality and climate change, as well as how management practices might serve to affect some of these items. Slide 5, please, Tom. The analysis and peer review process has resulted in a number of reports that will become available to the public once finalized. Those are the data report, which is a comprehensive collection of the data that was available for this review. To date, there has not been a collection of this level of data for Yukon Chinook. A proceedings report that reports out on the peer review meeting itself. It will explain the topics discussed, any challenges and how they were addressed. The model report, working paper, or research paper has been referred to as any of these throughout the multi-year long process. But that is the paper at the heart of the modeling and analysis. And finally, the science advice report, which will articulate to what extent the work met the objectives, adhered to sound science methods, and included any suggestions for future considerations. All of these reports are nearing their final stage of completion and will be published in the next couple of months. Next slide, slide 6, please, Tom. So in developing an escapement goal recommendation, the Joint Technical Committee considered information from a number of sources, specifically language within the Pacific Salmon Treaty, guidance we received from the panel, as well as results of the analysis and peer review process, leaning heavily on the biological reference points and yield and recruitment probability profiles, which help us understand the trade-offs between escapement goals that might support future harvests and future run sizes. We then explored some different escapement goal objectives, many of which centered around the themes of harvest, rebuilding, or conservation. We also took a look at some blended approaches that looked to balance future harvest and future run size. Slide 7, please. So in the end, the JTC was able to form a recommendation to the panel. It was one that we felt balanced future harvest and recruitment or run size. However, for a number of reasons, it did not explicitly address many of the considerations identified through the peer review process. Some of these items require further work to fully understand, while some, such as climate change, which can present a myriad of variables, we may never fully understand. We did feel, however, that the JTC's recommendation was conservative and provides a reasonable precautionary buffer in the face of uncertainty. The recommendation outlined implications for total allowable catch, harvest share, and border passage calculations. Finally, on the escapement goal work, the JTC spent the better part of its 4-day meeting discussing and working towards this recommendation. Given this, we know the panel now that the panel needs to consider other information and implications, and appreciate that this is not to be an easy task. With that, I'll hand over to Zach Liller, the U.S. JTC co-chair, to take us through the remainder of our presentation.
Yeah, thanks for that, Steve. My name's Zach Liller. I am U.S. JTC co-chair, and I will pick the presentation up on slide 8, please, Tom. And we'll chat a little bit about the discussions and activities of the JTC over the final 2 days of our 4-day meeting. So it was approximately day 3 where we picked up what we would consider kind of our more normal JTC or routine business discussions. We started off by reviewing JTC action items and panel assignments to make sure that we had all of our ducks in a row to prepare the panel and advisors for this particular meeting. We spent a fair amount of time getting reports from our active subcommittees. For the benefit of folks listening in, much of the JTC activities occur through focused subcommittee efforts where a smaller group of engaged individuals work on particular tasks and assignments and then report back to the full JTC. And we have a number of standing subcommittees. One of the subcommittees that we heard from was the Chinook Salmon Forecast Subcommittee. And during that discussion and presentation, we confirmed the JTC forecast for the 2022 season. And y'all will receive a detailed presentation from that subcommittee today in agenda item 7A. We also heard from the Fall Chum Salmon Forecast Subcommittee. During our JTC discussion, the JTC confirmed the forecast for the Mainstem Fall Chum Run and the Fishing Branch Fall Chum Salmon Run for 2022. And there'll be a detailed presentation on the results of the subcommittee's forecast for those 2 stock components today in agenda item 9A and 11A. We also chatted a bit with our JTC administrative subcommittee. This is a new subcommittee that was formed at our preseason JTC meeting. And the goal of this subcommittee was to work with Pacific Salmon Commission and agencies to develop some ideas for better making JTC data sets and products available bilaterally through the JTC, available to panel members and stakeholders. So it's a way for us to kind of deal with some of the file sharing and data custody processes the JTC is engaged in. We also heard from our JTC report subcommittee. And this particular subcommittee is responsible for developing the annual JTC report. That report at the time was near completion, but since has been finalized, posted to the Yukon River Panel website, posted to the Alaska Department of Fish and Game website, and hard copies have been distributed to some panel members. And we also heard from our Restoration and Enhancement Fund subcommittee. This particular subcommittee reviews the restoration and enhancement proposals submitted for funding to the Yukon River Panel. And in particular, at this portion of the stage of the review process, the subcommittee was engaged in reviewing the feedback received from proponents on specific questions that were advanced by the panel at the fall meeting. The review of those follow-up responses have been completed, and the JTC's interpretation of those has been forwarded to the panel. Slide 9, please. The JTC then heard from agencies with respect to, we started off with presentations regarding Chinook salmon assessment and management plans for the 2022 season. There'll be detailed agency presentations today on these topics at agenda items 7B and 7C. Here, the agencies highlighted the core assessment projects and preseason management expectations for the JTC's awareness and understanding. And there was some challenges specific to the Chinook salmon component of these discussions with respect to total allowable catch calculations, given that the escapement goal for the 2022 season has not yet or had not yet been confirmed at the time of our meeting. We also heard agency presentations pertaining to fall chum salmon assessment and management plans. Again, there'll be detailed presentations on these topics today in agenda items 9B and 9C for the Mainstem stock, and agenda items 11B and 11C for the fishing branch stock. We also took some time to hear from agencies about upcoming research, and one in particular that was highlighted for implementation this coming season, 2022, pertains to coho salmon assessment. The Alaska Department of Fish and Game, with funding support from U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, as well as staffing support from U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, will be carrying out a coho salmon radio telemetry project, where this season tags will be deployed in a number of coho salmon, which will allow us to determine run timing, swim speed, distribution, and migration patterns for this particular species. And the goal here is to help Alaskan agencies better understand and develop long-term assessment and monitoring programs for this species. It's worth noting that we've been in coordination with Canadian Department of Fisheries and Oceans about our tagging activities, and DFO may consider adding additional tracking stations in portions of the Canadian Yukon. Slide 10, please. We also have another standing subcommittee that we have referred to in past presentations as the Difference Between Estimates Subcommittee. And the nature of that name has to do with the fact that there are multiple viable ways of estimating the total run size of Canadian origin Chinook salmon abundance. And in the last 3 years in particular, 2019, 20, and 21, the difference between those estimates has been quite substantial. In particular, the number of Canadian origin Chinook salmon that we believe are entering the Yukon River are not showing up at the Canadian border. And there's been a broad scale collaborative effort to try and understand the mechanisms that could be causing this difference between estimates. And so we had a discussion of possible explanations. for why the pilot station sonar-based estimates of Canadian Chinook salmon have been substantially higher than the Eagle sonar-based passage estimates for the last 3 years. There will be a detailed presentation on this particular topic during open session tomorrow, agenda item number 8. Currently, the most likely hypothesis points to natural en route mortality. And the Alaska Department of Fish and Game and U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service are planning a study for this upcoming season that would look at the prevalence and severity of ichthyophonus disease in Yukon River Chinook salmon as a potential cause of en route mortality. This particular study will provide valuable information to either support or refute that hypothesis and allow us to focus future research efforts. And then we wrapped our meeting up by discussion of when we should meet next. And we've currently established a placeholder for our next meeting of November 14th through the 18th. And if at all possible, we plan to meet in person. Slide 11, please. Folks, that brings us to the end of our presentation. And Steve and I would be happy to answer any questions that folks might have.
Yeah, open the floor to questions and comments from panel members to the JTC co-chairs. Ragnar Ahlstrom, go ahead.
So, Mr. Chairman, Zach or Steve, there's a coho radio or telemetry project, it's a little bit early, envisioned for 2022. Is there going to be a recommendation? I don't know if this is the right time to ask it, doing a similar project for Chinook. It seems like that way you can tell if there's drop-offs and stuff, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, thank you for that question. Very timely. So the coho salmon project was actually, I'll just kind of step back and then answer your direct question. So the coho salmon project was funded by U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service through a competitive grant process, and it was intended to operate over the last 2 years. But because of COVID disruptions to various things, we got some extensions on that project, so it'll operate with tags being deployed in 2022. We have secured, through a variety of different efforts that our U.S. co-chair could speak to, we have secured some additional funding to continue telemetry-focused research in the future. And beginning as early as 2023, we plan to reallocate that effort to Chinook salmon for at least a couple of years. And the focus of that particular work would be, just as you described, would be to understand the upriver migration success of individual stocks moving through the Mainstem, specifically trying to get at this difference between estimates. So it's one of many prongs of research that will complement each other to try and better understand the difference between estimates challenge that all agencies are facing right now.
Additional questions, comments from panel members for the JTC co-chairs and the JTC report? Mr. Co-chair, did you have any folks on your end or questions yourself?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Not seeing any online nor from the Canadian Yukon River Panel meeting room at this time. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Seeing that there's no additional comments, thank you to Steve and Zach, the JTC co-chairs, for a thorough and very informational presentation. And we will move on to our next agenda items. Next on the agenda is an update on the status of Yukon River salmon interim management escapement goals from the co-chairs in that regard. Now, as was presented in the JTC's presentation, as well as some of the action items and general expectations, over the past several years of a significant effort for the JTC and panel to evaluate and discuss the Canadian origin Chinook salmon escapement goal. There has been ongoing discussions during this meeting between the two sections. And they are still ongoing. We, I think, have made some progress on different ideas and thoughts that panel members have with respect to the escapement goal. We will continue those conversations both during this meeting as well as potentially beyond if necessary, with the recognition that the panel does need to take action associated with the Canadian origin Chinook salmon escapement goal for this upcoming season. And focused on that task at hand in that regard. Mr. Co-Chair, additional comments?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. With regards to the inter-management escapement goal for Chinook salmon, just merely confirming what you've conveyed, that the panel has received a recommendation from the Joint Technical Committee on a long-term escapement goal for Canadian origin Yukon River Chinook salmon. The panel is currently considering that recommendation and has obviously also requested some additional information from the Joint Technical Committee, as well as information on traditional and local knowledge. So the expectation is that the panel's work will continue in regards to this particular topic, but also acknowledging that an interim approach for the 2022 season will be required. Mr. Chair, did you want me to make reference to confirmation of the interim management escapement goals for chum salmon for the 2022 season?
Yes, thank you for that, Mr. Chair. Please proceed.
Thank you. So for panel members' reference, in 2020 at its preseason meeting, the Yukon River Panel confirmed interim management escapement goals for Mainstem Yukon River chum salmon, as well as Porcupine / fishing branch Yukon River chum salmon. The interim management goal recommendations were identified for a 3-year period for the 2020 to 2022 seasons. So acknowledging that approach for the 2022 season, the interim management escapement goal for Mainstem Canadian origin chum salmon is set at 70,000 to 104,000. While the interim management escapement goal for fishing branch, these are Porcupine River chum salmon, is set at 22,000 to 49,000 for the 2022 season. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Any additional comments or questions from panel members with respect to status of escapement goals for both Canadian origin Chinook and Mainstem and Porcupine River chum salmon? Not seeing any additional comments from panel members in that regard. And again, I guess just reiterating that there is opportunity and intention for having additional discussions bilaterally during this meeting in an effort to address what Mr. Co-Chair articulated on the need to take at least an interim step and action associated with the Chinook salmon escapement goal. I expect that we will have more information forthcoming to report on the outcomes of those additional discussions, perhaps during this meeting, or if not during this meeting, soon thereafter in that regard. And I think to some extent that kind of updates number 6 on our agenda with respect to an update on the Chinook salmon escapement goal review. Mr. Co-Chair, would you concur, or did you have anything more to add along those lines?
Nothing further to add, Mr. Chair, beyond merely emphasizing the point that certainly this is a long-term process that the panel has embarked on. The technical and scientific analysis undertaken to date has taken approximately 2 years. And certainly from a Canadian delegation perspective, we have an interest in seeing some additional or complementary analysis being conducted prior to the panel's consideration of establishing a long-term spawning escapement goal for this stock. In addition, as I mentioned previously, work is underway to provide the opportunity to share with the panel local ecological knowledge and traditional knowledge to ensure that the panel is best placed to make the most informed decision on a long-term spawning escapement goal for Canadian origin Chinook salmon stocks. In that regard, we anticipate that this work will continue throughout 2022, and in respect of the long-term escapement goal for this particular stock, further discussion in the we'll call it post-season 2022 and 2023 preseason periods. Mr. Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, for clarifying those expectations and what we can look forward to in the future with ongoing discussions. I guess before I forget, I'd also like to recognize and acknowledge the JTC, and in particular the JTC subcommittee that was tasked with a fairly heavy lift of a very detailed and thorough analysis of the Canadian origin Chinook salmon stock. I think the products and information that the JTC has developed is somewhat groundbreaking in a sense, and it was a culmination of thousands of hours of individuals and experts in the field in both Alaska and Canada, from within agencies, from academic institutions and consulting firms, that I think the JTC is to be commended and kind of set a standard that I think a lot of us should look up to with respect to the excellent work that the JTC conducted and produced along those lines. And thanks to the JTC and all the individuals, both JTC members and subcommittee members that were involved in that effort. If there's no additional questions or comments concerning the escapement goal, we are a little bit ahead of our time schedule in that regard. Mr. Co-Chair, in order to provide adequate time and availability of staff and ample time for questions and considerations of panel members, perhaps we could take our mid-morning break a little early, with the expectation that we would reconvene at 20 after the hour, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree with that approach, and so we will take our break and resume at 20 past the hour, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We'll see everybody in 15 minutes. Mr. Co-Chair, just checking in with you that your section is ready to begin. We might still have a couple U.S. members filing in after our break, but I think we're ready to proceed on this end.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, let's proceed in light of time with our next agenda item. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to confirm, Tom, we are live streaming, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. So welcome back from our short break. For the remainder of this morning and through the rest of today's session today, we will have a series of presentations associated with the Canadian origin Chinook forecast and outlook for 2022, and then preliminary management presentations from both US and Canadian managers. And then we'll have the same series of presentations for both Mainstem Canadian origin fall chum and Porcupine river fall chum as well. And my apologies, but I was remiss in recognizing at the beginning or opening of our session today that there will be opportunity for public comment over the course of our two-day public session of the Yukon River Panel. The first opportunity will be provided at 3 o'clock Alaska time, and 4 o'clock Yukon time. Instructions and detailed instructions and more information about how to get signed up for public testimony can be found on the Yukon River Panel website. If you go to the meeting section of the website for this specific meeting, our 2022 preseason meeting, you'll find a series of documents with guides on how to connect to the meeting, both over the live stream on YouTube, as well as how to sign up for public testimony. That is something that will be facilitated through our Pacific Salmon Commission staff in Vancouver, and they certainly would be able to assist you if you have any questions or would like more information on how to proceed with public testimony. The second opportunity for public testimony will be provided tomorrow afternoon towards the close of our public session, and I'll speak to that in more detail during tomorrow's agenda in that regard. So again, just to recap, those that are interested in providing public testimony to the panel, you can go to the Yukon River Panel website. Under the meeting section of the website, you'll find information and a guidance document on how to get signed up for that. And we'll look forward to hearing from members of the public with their testimony. With that, we will proceed with our first series of presentations associated with Canadian origin Chinook salmon. And Tom, if you would go ahead and queue up the 2022 JTC Chinook forecast presentation that'll be presented bilaterally by Fred West from ADF&G and Oliver Barker from Department of Fisheries and Oceans. And Fred and Oliver, the floor is yours whenever you're ready. Thank you.
All right, thanks everybody. So again, my name is Fred West with the Alaska Department of Fish and Game, and I'm the summer season research biologist. And I'll be giving this presentation along with Oliver Barker from DFO. And this is the 2022 run forecasts and preseason harvest considerations for the Yukon Chinook salmon. So slide 2, please. So this presentation will provide a summary about the improved forecast methods we used and ongoing efforts to improve forecast utility. We will present the 2022 probability-based forecast, specifically the range of run sizes with the highest probability of occurring. We will then discuss what the forecast means for the possibility of meeting the current IMEG at different levels of harvest. Slide 3. Each of the models used by the JTC provides unique but complementary information about the likely run size next year. However, the information used to inform each model varies. The stock production model is based on a long-term data set collected over many years and is only generally informative to fish coming back in 2022. The juvenile model is based on Canadian origin Chinook salmon abundance data in their first year in the northeastern Bering Sea, collected 3 years ago, and is specific to the same cohort of fish that will return in 2022. The age class model is based on abundance of younger age fish collected last year and is the most current information about likely return of older age fish in 2022. Each of the 3 model predictions about the next year run size is combined and weighted by our level of trust, which is based on how closely each model would have predicted prior year run sizes. Slide 4, please. The JTC has been undertaking a multi-year approach to improve forecast accuracy and increase the utility of the forecast product for preseason planning purposes. That approach is represented generally by this timeline, where each colored box represents forecast progression. The prior methods contained in the blue box used by the JTC worked well, but a subset of models required corrections. The models were weighted subjectively. The forecast uncertainty was not adequately described, and the forecast range provided no information about most likely run sizes. The changes we made to the 2021 forecast methods contained in the green box included partial implementation of a new method, which the models were weighted objectively and provided probability of different run sizes. Over the following year, we made additional improvements contained in the orange box, and we successfully developed a fully integrated Bayesian forecast model for the 2022 forecast. It uses a Bayesian statistical framework to combine and weight models objectively. The full forecast uncertainty is described, and the probability of different run sizes is estimated, which allows for dramatically improved discussion about preseason harvest planning. And we also, we need to do some future improvements, and those include adjusting the stock production model to account for time varying productivity, similar to what we did with the sibling model. Slide 5, please. All right, so this graphic summarizes the JTC Canadian origin forecast for the 2022 season. The actual run size that will return in 2022 is not known with certainty. Many different run sizes are possible, but some are much more likely than others. This graphic illustrates how likely each run size along the bottom or x-axis is to occur given the information that was used to inform the model. The possibility is implied by the vertical axis, with run sizes near the peak of the curve having the much higher possibility of occurring compared to those run sizes at the extremes. The most likely run size for 2022 is 50,000 fish and is represented by the peak of the curve. The vertical black bars represent the entire, the essential 80% of the forecasted run sizes, ranging from 41,000 on the low end and 62,000 on the upper end. Run sizes beyond those black bars are very unlikely to occur. We'd like to draw your attention to the large run sizes on this figure shown in the red box. While the forecast model indicates run sizes greater than 62,000 could occur, they are very unlikely and not recommended for preseason planning purposes. The JTC chose to draw attention to the 80% credible interval as a starting point for preseason planning discussions by discouraging focus on the extremes of the forecast. The choice of the 80% credible interval is consistent with how the JTC fall chum salmon forecast range is generated and is similar to the range presented by the Canadian origin juvenile forecast model. Because this forecast tool provides a probability distribution, it is much more descriptive than the previous forecast provided by the JTC, which gave only a simple numerical range. Like prior years, we still provide a midpoint and range. So for example, the 2022 midpoint is 50,000 with an 80% credible interval of 41,000 to 62,000. But by considering the probabilities associated with each forecasted run size, we can now discuss the chance of any run size occurring and what that might mean for harvest outlooks and meeting the IMEG given a range of preseason harvest plans that might be of harvest or of interest. With that, I'd like to switch it over to Oliver.
Thank you, Fred. Let's go to slide 6. So this probability-based forecast method, as Fred said, it becomes really useful when we start thinking about forecasting harvest. In the past, we'd get a simple forecast range, this number and this number, and subtract the escapement goal range to determine harvest outlooks for preseason planning. But not every run size within that range is equally likely. And so the old method, just having a top number and a bottom number, could give misleading ideas about how high total allowable harvest was likely to be. So for 2022, for instance, with a forecast range of 41,000 to 62,000, if we were doing this the old way, you could make a simple calculation for total allowable catch that would be between 0 and 19,500 fish. And you wouldn't have information about how likely you were to beat your targets within that range. Now, however, we have that ability. So going back to the probabilities on the previous slide, we know that there's only a 10% or a 1 in 10 chance of seeing a run of 62,000 fish. That suggests that a harvest of 19,500 fish would cause us to go below the current IMEG 9 out of 10 times. Probably unacceptable performance. Now, keep in mind, though, these calculations are made, and this example is made using the current IMEG range of 40,500 to 55,000. If the panel chooses to recommend a different escapement goal, total allowable catch calculations would also be different. Slide 7. So with this new probability-based approach, instead of calculating this simple preseason total allowable catch range without knowing which end is more likely, which could lead to some risky planning, we can now consider the probability of different run sizes occurring and use those to develop realistic preseason total allowable catch expectations and include those in our discussions in terms of how likely are we to meet escapement goals given different harvest levels. So simply put, because our forecast can tell us the likelihood or probability of any given run size, we can also use it to tell us the probability of meeting the escapement goal for any given total allowable harvest. Slide 8. So I can walk you through this on this table, and this shows on the left side here probabilities from 50% at the bottom to 99% at the top. So 1 in 2 chance to almost certain. Beside each probability is the run size associated with it. So for example, up near the top, there's a 90% probability or a 9 in 10 chance of seeing a run size of at least 41,000 fish. That's that top highlighted red bar. Another example, at the bottom, there's a 50% probability or a 1 in 2 chance of seeing a run size of at least 50,000 fish. So we can compare all of these run sizes then to the bottom, middle, and top of the current IMEG. Those are those next 3 columns. So let's work through this in an example. So let's start with the 50% probability at the bottom. That shows that there's a 1 in 2 chance of a run size of at least 50,000 fish. If you were managing to the bottom of the IMEG, as an example, of 42,500, that would give a total allowable harvest of 7,900. But because we know there's a 1 in 2 chance of seeing a run that big, we also know that if total harvest was 7,900, we'd be likely to fail to meet the bottom of the IMEG 1 out of 2 times. Likely an unacceptably high risk. With this new forecast, then we can identify that level of risk and whether it's appropriate for preseason planning, and then determine what harvest expectations should look like based on that. Now, it's worth noting that the 2022 forecast shows there's a 1 in 10 chance that the run will be below the lower end of the current IMEG, 42,500, even without harvest. So that means that even a preseason plan to harvest 0 fish carries a 1 in 10 chance of failing to meet that IMEG minimum. Slide 9. So before ending, it's important to keep in mind that these forecasts and probabilities are for preseason planning and setting realistic expectations of run size and harvest. So looking at this forecast, given what we know from it, there is a good possibility of little or no harvest for Chinook in 2022. The lower end of the forecast suggests a run size similar to last year's, and even that upper end of the forecast would still be a below average run, even compared to the recent 10-year average. But as the season starts, we'll be keeping a close eye on numbers of Chinook entering the river and passing various assessment sites, and updating those forecasts and expectations based on that in-season information. Slide 10. So I'd like to note that this presentation and the forecast development work behind it came from substantial efforts from the Chinook Forecast Subcommittee of the JTC, including Zach Willer and Fred West with Alaska Department of Fish and Game, Jim Murphy from NOAA, myself and Michael Folks from Fisheries and Oceans Canada, and Dr. Curry Cunningham from University of Alaska. pass it back to you, co-chairs.
Yeah, thank you very much, Oliver and Fred. Excellent presentation. Maybe just a quick clarification with Mr. Co-Chair on process. So what I'm thinking is for both the Chinook and the Chum presentations that we would pause for questions and comments from panel members after each forecast presentation, but then we would have the management summary presentations, both from US and Canada proceed, and then have questions from panel members on the management presentations. Mr. Co-Chair, does that sound acceptable to you?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, certainly acceptable from the Canadian perspective. Let's proceed with questions in that regard.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, we'll go to John Lamont. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chairs. John Lamont, Lower Yukon Y1 alternate. Thank you, Mr. West and Mr. Barker for your presentation. My question is, has this Bayesian model been used like in the Pacific Northwest or other salmon fisheries in Alaska for forecasting and management purposes? Thank you.
I think that's a good question. I'm not super familiar with the background of some of those other models, but I know that the dynamics, or I guess the dynamic sibling that we developed, I think they've used that similar to in Bristol Bay, and I think some of the Bayesian work has also been used in Bristol Bay, but I'm not 100% sure. But it is it's a kind of it's like similar to the IMEG work that's been done. It's this work is kind of more on the cutting edge, I guess. It's kind of a newer method, and it's the advantage of the Bayesian work is that it provides the way the models are weighted. It provides a much better or more robust estimate of uncertainty with the models, the different models, and how they're combined.
Thank you, John. I guess, Oliver, did you have anything to add along those lines to John's question?
Nothing further, though. As Fred mentioned, Dr. Cunningham has worked on similar processes to this for Bristol Bay.
Yeah, thank you, Oliver. Additional questions, comments from panel members with respect to the Chinook salmon forecast for 2022? I do have a quick question myself, and again, if folks think of questions, feel free to raise your hands and try to be recognized. Ragnar, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I don't know what it is. It must have been slide 5, Mr. Chairman, which the probability curve there. I understand it, but I think to make it easier, maybe if we could, because it's a graduated scale, 10% probability, 20%, 30%, culminating in 50%. And then so the decreasing. When the JTC says there's only a 10% chance, I had to make my own little bubbles here to visualize it. And when I'm saying it's a good slide. But if it make it easier to see that the probability comes up and then the probability comes down by putting some lines in there or something. Just a suggestion, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Fred.
Yeah, and I guess we don't have a graphic here, but there is, when we start talking about going from a two-tailed or a normal distribution compared to like a one-tailed where we started looking at the table where the run size could be is that run size or greater. So yeah, it is a little bit different, but there are other ways to present the forecast probabilities. So thanks for that.
Yeah, thanks for that, Ragnar and Fred, for the follow-up. If there's no additional questions from panel members, I guess recognizing that forecasts are obviously the one of the single most important first steps in developing annual management recommendations in that regard. This probability-based approach and methodology that's now kind of the second year of adoption from the JTC on this, I guess I'll pose it as a question. Would you consider this to be a more conservative approach or methodology associated with forecasting? Or is it simply just trying to be more accurate with the forecast? In particular, accuracy of helping to inform managers, panel members, stakeholders, and the public about what's the most realistic expectation for the forecasted run size for any given season.
I can certainly speak to that. Make sure my mic is on here.
Sure, go ahead, Oliver.
This forecast provides considerably more information than the old one did. The old one gave us a bottom number and a top number and didn't tell us anything about what was going on in between. This one provides much more. So you can have a more informed discussion among managers, with stakeholders, with potential harvesters. It's not inherently more conservative. That's more of what you do with the information. So it does allow for more informed discussions. In and of itself, it's simply more information.
Yeah, thanks for that, Oliver. That's kind of where I guess I was going with it, is that it's a more, the utility and interpretation of the forecast is enhanced through this new approach to a probability-based approach. Would that be accurate?
Yes. Now, I should note that it has led to, I think, a more conservative. I think it has been used to manage more conservatively because it does give more information about how little chance there might be of reaching an upper, a higher run size. I do believe it has been used that way, but in and of itself, it's simply more information to start discussions with.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate that. Mr. Co-Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A couple questions from Canadian panel members that I'll do my best to maybe consolidate here. Perhaps could we start on slide number 4, please? Okay, thank you. So just to help panel members understand the approach that's being used and perhaps better appreciate some of the certainty versus uncertainty in this year's model, I noted that there's a reference to additional future improvements to include a just stock production model to account for time varying productivity. So I think that in a general sense, panel members are aware that productivity of Chinook salmon has been declining in the Yukon River over a number of years. And so the question is, for this year's forecast, does this bubble suggest that the current level of declined or declining productivity was not necessarily explicitly considered in generating the forecast?
I can handle that one to start. With respect to the Ricker model that was included, that wasn't considered. It should be noted, though, that there is relatively little weight assigned to the Ricker model in the overall outcome of this Bayesian forecast. So there would be some improvement associated with taking that into account. It might have a somewhat small impact on the outcome of the forecast.
Great. Thank you for that. The next question, I'll start on slide number 4, but just to acknowledge that that this is the second year that the Joint Technical Committee has sought to implement a probability-based forecast to best inform the Yukon River Panel on likely abundance levels and probabilities associated with those. The first year being 2021, albeit with a slightly reduced or less complex model. Is that correct?
Yes, in a basic way, it was a very, very similar model. It achieved similar outcomes. The structure of it was slightly different.
Okay, thank you for that. So final aspect of this question, if we could move to slide 5. And I appreciate that there's subtle differences, but just for illustration purposes. So a year ago at this meeting, the Joint Technical Committee brought forward, I guess we'll say, an initial iteration of a probability-based forecast. And just to remind panel members, the expected abundance of Canadian origin Chinook salmon in 2021 was somewhere in the realm of, on the lower bound, 42,000, on the upper bound, 77,000. So a better forecast for 2021 than what we're seeing in 2022. The median, just for reference, from 2021 was around 60,000. The actual postseason run size in 2021 was 33,000, which again, on this probability curve, again, replacing the numbers would suggest a very low likelihood that that outcome would be realized. And so the question is, with the JTC's knowledge and understanding that last year's forecast, I guess we'll say relatively poorly predicted the actual abundance, were there further adjustments made within the 2022 forecast to seek to account for this poor prediction in 2021?
And I can take that to start. So the forecast this year includes information from what happened last year when it weights the different models. It looks at how well did they perform in various years, and then gives them a weight in the final outcome based on that. However, there's a relatively long time series for that, and last year would have had a reasonably small impact. So not an enormous shift in the forecast output.
We're suggesting that the run size is actually.
I can back up a bit though. This forecast is based on things being similar, occurring similarly to the way they have in the past.
Sorry, we're getting some feedback from one of the meeting rooms. Go ahead, Oliver.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. This model is based on things occurring the way they have in the past. So, and I think what we saw last year was potentially something happening that was different than we may have seen in the past. So that's quite hard to capture.
Thank you for that. So merely the point, I guess, that was emphasized through this question was, again, acknowledging that 2021 and 2022 are different years. The interval range, although is relatively similar, for the 2021 forecast, the likelihood of seeing a run size of 33,000 was virtually zero, but that indeed was the result. And so again, this question of how reliable this forecast method is for 2022 is something that panel members obviously need to consider and reflect on in regards to past forecast performance. And I do appreciate, I guess, in asking these questions, I do extend our appreciation to the Joint Technical Committee for developing this type of forecast, because it certainly does better explain and help us better understand likelihoods associated with different run sizes. So thank you, Mr. Co-Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. I believe Fred West has some additional information to provide on the discussion in question that was just occurring there. Go ahead, Fred.
Yeah, so I guess it depends on how we monitor or how we assess the run. And I know we use Eagle plus Harvest to estimate the I guess the Canadian origin run size postseason, but then in season we use the genetics at Pilot to get like an in-season run size. And so, and then there's also with the IMEG subcommittee, there's the run reconstruction model that develops a run size for Canadian origin, that method as well. So looking at those, I guess, different methods, you can, there's the run size that's based on the genetics. The forecasted run size last year would have been closer because I guess in season we had an estimate of 67,000 for a point estimate, and the lower end I think was 55, and so that would have been within the forecast range, but then we have this issue of difference between estimates, and so we're trying to determine through various research projects what that difference is. And so if there's en route mortality going on or some other form of discrepancy, then it could possibly be that the forecast was actually more accurate than we think it is.
Thank you, Fred. I think Ragnar, did you still have a question? So Ragnar, then John.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Mr. West answered one. I had another, maybe a follow-up. Yeah. I think it might have been answered in the 3 models used to forecast run size. I'll use Falsum as an example. Number 3, where you age class sibling relationship. We use Falsum if 4-year-olds didn't come back. 5-year-olds probably wouldn't. So my question was, it seems like recognizing last year, and Mr. West, that was my second question, sounded like it was, at least at Pilot, could have been pretty accurate. Something happened after Pilot, but it seems like number 3, the age class sibling relationship, it's kind of built in to the integrated statistical model. That's the point I was going to make, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, thanks, Ragnar. Let's go to John.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. I think Ragnar hit it on the nail head with the Pilot. If the Pilot forecast, in-season forecast was right on, say 30,000 less, this would have been a pretty darn good, accurate estimate.
Yeah, and I think that's the question at this point. I think that the methodology that the JTC has developed and implemented here, I think, is a step in a very positive direction to further refine annual forecasts in that regard. But I guess one thing that I think we all recognize is, like any forecast, whether it's for salmon, weather, you name it, financial forecasts, there's inherent uncertainty associated with that in that regard. But regardless, the methodology that the JTC is implemented or developed and employed here is a step in a very positive direction to help further refine and be able to better evaluate that any given year's forecast to inform the panel managers and stakeholders into the future. Any additional questions or comments from panel members? Mr. Chair, anything else on your side?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Not specifically, other than perhaps building on some of the responses to the questions posed by panel members, that the forecast perhaps might be reflective of what the abundance is of salmon at the mouth of the river, but perhaps not So in regards to the number of salmon that are delivered to the international border, which ultimately, as I think we all recognize, is the foundation of Chapter 8 of the Pacific Salmon Treaty, and in respect of management of Canadian origin salmon stocks. So again, just acknowledging that that from a stock conservation and a broader management perspective, we do need to learn, if you will, from our past experiences and acknowledge it, that there are changes that are occurring both in perhaps the biology of the species, the broader environment, and in particular uncertainties around survival within the in-river environment that that need to be incorporated when considering the annual forecast and expectations with regards to actual abundance arriving to spawning grounds or to fishery areas in Canada. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, thank you for that, Mr. Chair, and that's good. Good clarification. And I guess I can say this with certainty that when it comes to taking a very precautious and conservative approach, especially to in-season assessment associated with the more recent year phenomenon of that difference between estimates at Pilot Station and Eagle. That's absolutely something that Alaskan managers are very focused on, and taking into consideration those uncertainties associated with not just the forecast, but also assessment methodology, and ultimately what we can try and project what's going to reach the Canadian border in that regard. So thank you for that, for those comments. Any additional or questions, comments? Okay, hearing and seeing none, we will move to our second series of presentations. And again, just as a reminder for panel members, if you have any specific questions or comments, try and make, we'll go through both the US and Canadian full management, preseason management, preliminary management presentations, and then we'll address questions and comments after both presentations are done. So if you have specific questions on any slides on either presentation, try and make note of it, and we'll address those once both presentations are complete. With that, Tom, if you would queue up the US management strategy for the 2022 Canadian origin Chinook salmon. And Dina Jallin, as soon as you're ready, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. While he's pulling that up, I would just like to note that this presentation was developed in coordination with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service Manager, Holly Carroll. Prior to the season starting, we work with our management and research teams, both with the Alaska Department of Fish and Game and with U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. We've also had presentations and discussions at the YRDFA preseason meeting, and we'll have more discussions as we head into the season, but definitely give a thanks to all of our partners and our co-managers as we head into the season for 2022. Next slide, please. So we just heard a couple of great presentations from Fred and also from the JTC. So why do we have outlooks? Run size outlooks are based on previous year's information and trends, and the current forecasts are telling us what run sizes to expect in the coming year. Outlooks give fishermen, processors, agencies, etc., an idea of what to expect and how to prepare for the upcoming season. However, the best information about the actual run and available harvest will happen once fish start entering the river and making their way up to their spawning grounds. And our actual management in season will be based on in-season run size. And one of those primary tools for in-season run size assessment is the pilot station sonar. Next slide, please, slide 3. The Chinook salmon outlook for 2022, it's based on the forecast methods as described in Fred's presentation. The Canadian origin Chinook salmon outlook is for a run size between 41,000 to 62,000 fish, with a median of around 50,000 fish. And the drainage-wide Chinook salmon outlook is for a run size between 99,000 to 150,000 fish. And this is based on an average of 41% Canadian origin fish at pilot station sonar. And as a note, in 2021, the drainage-wide run size was about 129,000 fish, and no escapement goals were met at the projects that were assessed in Alaska or Canada. Next slide, please. This the table on this page just kind of walks through the harvest amounts based on the most likely run size. And so we've got the median of the forecast and the lower, upper, and middle values of the IMEG. So between 42,500 to 55,000, and a middle, just taking the middle of those numbers to 48,750. And compared to the forecast median, so compared to the most likely run size, we could see a potential amount of harvest ranging between 0 to 7,500 fish. And just as a note, these are low subsistence harvests. There's nothing on this table that indicates that we could have even approaching a normal subsistence harvest. If we were to take the middle of the forecast and the middle of the IMEG and go by the percentages for under the total allowable catch, the US could maybe see 960 fish and Canada perhaps 290 fish. These are extremely small harvests. These TAC amounts are useful for planning the management preseason, and they indicate that based on the forecast, there's likely to be little to no Chinook salmon fishing this year. And as we mentioned in our previous discussions, while we may see the forecast performing very well at pilot as it has in the recent years, we'll likely see the forecast median at pilot. We've been seeing a significant difference between estimates between pilot and eagle. And so we'll be really watching the run closely as it makes it upriver to see if the amount of fish in the forecast do make it up towards the spawning grounds. Next slide, please. Slide 5. I'll touch briefly on summer chum salmon. So summer chum salmon enter the river alongside Chinook salmon. And last year was the lowest summer chum salmon run on record. Our preliminary forecast for 2022 is for 330,000 fish. And there's a lot of uncertainty around this forecast with a range of between 162,000 to 542,000 fish. For summer chum salmon, we have a drainage-wide escapement goal where we want to get at least 500,000 summer chum salmon to their spawning grounds with up to 1.2 million fish to the spawning grounds. And so the run size for 2022 is likely to be below the drainage-wide escapement goal, as is much of the range around the forecast. This gives us the outlook that subsistence fishing is likely going to be closed, and we do not project any commercial surplus. And so commercial fishing will also be closed. If the summer chum salmon run does come in below the drainage-wide escapement goal, we will be looking to provide harvest for subsistence. Next slide, please. So slide 6 covers our summer season management strategy, and this is our preliminary strategy. And based on the outlooks and recent escapements, management is likely to be similar to 2021. Fishermen should be prepared for salmon fishing closures this year, much like last year. Currently, salmon and non-salmon gear is open now under the ice and after breakup. And fishermen may use gill nets of 7.5-inch or smaller mesh. And these may be used 7 days a week, 24 hours a day for the harvest of non-salmon species. We often hear from fishermen that she fish are incredibly important early in the season as they start to come in the river. Subsistence salmon fishing will close starting on June 2nd in District 1 and the Coastal District to protect the trickle and first pulse of Chinook salmon. And I should also note that this June 2nd date coincides with our average first date for Chinook salmon and summer chum salmon. So we'll be closing to protect both species as they come in the river. And these closures are very, it's much more restrictive than what we have in regulation, which is to protect the first pulse of Chinook salmon. So this is an additional conservation measure to try to protect both Chinook and summer chum as they start to enter the river. The upriver districts and subdistricts and tributaries will also close based on travel time of salmon as they make their way upriver. During salmon closures, fishing will remain open for non-salmon with gill nets of 4-inch or smaller mesh, restricted to 60 feet or less in length. And other non-salmon gear types include spears, hook and line, fyke nets, etc. Next slide, please, slide 7. And just a continuation of our management strategy. As I mentioned before, if the in-season summer chum salmon run is projected to be above the drainage-wide escapement goal, we may be able to open fishing with selective gear types. And during selective gear openings, fishermen may use dip nets, beach seines, or fish wheels, and must monitor fish wheels and gear at all times and release all Chinook salmon alive. Next slide, please, slide 8. So continuing on in 2022, we expect that most of our assessment projects will operate as normal. And we'll be conducting additional sampling to learn more about en route mortality. This includes ichthyophonus monitoring and also collecting other tissue samples from test fish mortalities to examine body condition stress, such as stress hormones or stress levels in fish, diseases, etc. And mortalities from the test fisheries will be distributed to local communities. And the next slide is the last slide, which is questions, but I believe we're going to go right on into the next presentation.
Yeah, thank you for that, Dina. We'll go ahead into the Canadian preseason, 2022 preseason Chinook salmon management strategy presentation. I believe, Chris, you'll be giving that presentation, correct?
That's correct, Mr. Co-Chair. Thank you very much.
Please proceed as soon as you're ready. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Tom. Yeah, good morning / early afternoon. My name is Chris Carley. I'm the aquatic science biologist for the Yukon River section with Fisheries and Oceans Canada and Whitehorse. I'm here to review the 2022 Yukon River Chinook salmon Canadian management outlook. Next slide, please. This slide identifies the anticipated Canadian Chinook salmon assessment sites for the 2022 season. Of note, Pelly River sonar and Big Salmon River sonar assessments are not occurring this coming season. Next slide, please. As you heard in the 2022 Chinook salmon forecast presentation, the anticipated Canadian origin outlook range is for 41 to 62,000 Chinook salmon. The interim management escapement goal of 42.5 to 55,000 falls within this range and results in a possible total harvest share of 0 to 19,500 Chinook. The Canadian portion of which is 0 to 4,500 Chinook. Now, this is very important. Achieving the upper end of this harvest share is extremely unlikely. Slide number 4, please. The Canadian priority of allocation identifies conservation and achieving the spawning escapement goal as top priorities, followed by First Nation harvest. Commercial, domestic, and public angling fisheries may be opened if the top 2 priorities have been achieved. Slide 5, please. The management regime at the beginning of the season is guided by the preseason forecast, which is used to set expectations for that year. Preseason planning and subsequent decisions are the result of technical analyses and based on advice received during consultations with First Nation governments, stakeholders, the public, and from these Yukon River Panel meetings. Next slide, please. The Canadian Fisheries management strategy relies heavily on in-season estimates from pilot sonar throughout the season, and specific management measures will be based on the Yukon River Panel recommendations and consultations. Slide 7, please. As I said, it is anticipated that the Canadian harvest share will be well below 4,500 Chinook for the 2022 season. A precautious management approach will be taken due to recent performance of in-season estimates, the discrepancy between pilot and eagle assessments in the past few years, and the fact that the lower end of the IMEG range has not been achieved since 2018. It is anticipated there will be a very limited First Nation fishery allocation, and that the commercial, domestic, and public angling fisheries will remain closed for the duration of the 2022 season. And the final slide is the question slide. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chris. Appreciate that presentation. So we'll open up the floor to questions from panel members on either the US or Canadian preliminary management strategies. John, go ahead. John Lamont.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair, and thank you for that report. I guess a question for Ms. Jelen is, if we have a late breakup and say breaks up June 2nd, will there be a chance to utilize gill net to harvest sheepfish or not? Thank you.
Yeah, the discussion and the strategy that we agreed upon was to close June 2nd, and that's likely to coincide with when the first salmon are coming in. And so protecting the salmon is going to be incredibly important this year as it was last year. We haven't issued news releases yet, so we can certainly have those discussions and decide if it makes sense. We haven't announced closures, but our preseason management strategy is to close on June 2nd so that we protect all the salmon as they come in.
Thank you, John. Ragnar Ahlstrom, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Dallin, I'm trying to reconcile in my mind here. It says on slide 4, harvest amount based on most likely run size. It appears to be 50,000. I think the previous presentation, there was a 1 in 2 chance that would be the most likely run size. It appears that I'm probably missing this, but somewhere between the two presentations, we've settled on 50,000 as the most likely run to occur, Mr. Chairman.
I'm not entirely sure what the question was. I believe that like the actual midpoint, the 50,000 is a number that's been rounded. So it's not exactly 50,000, but yeah, it's kind of a good guideline as to where we expect the most likely number to be.
And perhaps Mr. Alstrom, I can clarify, because we have this probability-based forecast, and we know that 50,000 is the most likely run size given the forecast. We also know that there's 1 in 2 chance that it would be above that, or 1 in 2 chance that it would be below that. So it's sort of a 50-50 split. Half of the probabilities are above it, half of the probabilities are below it.
Mr. Chairman, yeah, no, I understood that, and thanks for the answer. I thought maybe the most likely run size would go to a higher probability, but thanks for the explanation. It is the 50-50. I thought maybe it'd go up to the 90 or something, but thank you. I understand.
Thank you, Ragnar. If I could check in quickly with Tom, one thing that I notice is when there's a switching back and forth, this is just my apologies, but this is just a Zoom question. When switching back and forth between showing presentations and video cameras, we're having to bring up the participant list so I can try and identify who might have questions and comments. I don't know if there's a setting on Zoom that might just allow that list of participants to stay up, but thought I'd mention that. I don't want to miss any members, any panel members that have questions or comments. Mr. Co-Chair, any questions, comments from you?
Not at this time. Appreciate the presentations that have been provided by both U.S. and Canadian managers, and certainly acknowledge that some of the expectations or potential opportunities for directed fisheries will hinge directly on where the management escapement objective is set for 2022, which the panel has yet to confirm. So just wanted to preface some of these, the information in these presentations on that basis. Mr. Co-Chair, thank you. But otherwise, no questions from the Canadian delegation meeting room.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And perhaps maybe a quick summary or sum up question with respect to U.S. and Canadian management strategies for this season. In the simplest form, I guess, would it be safe to say that the preliminary strategies for Chinook, and at least in Alaska, including summer chum, in that regard, is that subsistence fishing will be closed at the start of the season, and the likelihood that for salmon species will be closed at the start of the season. The likelihood that that would change through the season is very low. Go ahead, Dina.
Yeah, and we'll certainly continue to assess the runs as they come in season. As we get closer, certainly to the midpoint of the run, we'll have more confidence in the forecasts and the run sizes that are actually coming in. And we'll be continuing to have daily discussions with the in-season manager, and then also certainly weekly discussions with YERDFA, and we welcome any input or further advice as the runs come in.
Thank you, Dina. And Chris, is that a safe, very simple summary for the Canadian strategy as well?
I'll say yes, and if Jesse has anything to add, that would be, yeah, if she wants to chime in, that would be great. Yeah, it sounds like I think our management strategy is very similar.
Thank you, Chris. I see we do have some additional questions and comments from panel members. First, we'll go to Natasha, then James. Natasha, go ahead.
Thank you. Thanks very much for that presentation. And I do understand that the projections for this year, likely won't allow fishing and also won't allow a full exploration of this question, but I'm wondering, so on slide 4, there's 3 levels of the IMEG, the escapement goal, lower, middle, and upper. And to my mind, the lower escapement goal would be a yield-based decision-making framework. The middle IMEG would be a mixed approach reflecting precaution and I guess allowing for potential inaccuracies with the in-season assessment. And then the upper escapement goal of 55,000 would favor recruitment and conservation for the fish. So I'm just wondering at which level the US manages to in a year where projections were, I suppose, maybe meeting this window of escapement. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for that question. And the harvest amount table, it's really a guideline. It's kind of a very rough guideline in season as to what we may expect. We're not seeing a run size that looks like it's going to be well beyond the upper end. So we're really kind of looking at run sizes that actually the projected run size pretty much lays right on top of the IMEG. And so this just helps us to plan pre-season that we're not expecting full subsistence harvests. And it's entirely likely, especially given the recent differences between estimate, that subsistence is going to be completely closed. The actual postseason TAC will, of course, be calculated with final border passage and the final estimates of any subsistence harvest if there does happen to be any.
Could I just ask a follow-up to that?
Please go ahead, Natasha.
Thank you. And so I do understand that with this year's projections that it will likely not fall at the lower end, and that doesn't allow for a harvest share. However, I'm asking in years when the numbers fall within this window, so not largely over it, but really within this window. So the border passage is happening sort of between 40,000 and 60,000 fish. Which level does the US manage for, the lower, the middle, or the upper? Thank you.
We certainly would strive for we would endeavor for the escapements to be within the escapement range as that's set by the panel. So as long as the escapement is within the goal, that would be, presumably success. Plus the harvest area, of course, sorry.
Okay, thanks, Natasha and Dina. James, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Apologies if I missed this, but in terms of the overall sort of broader context of the stocks and where they've been in the past up to the present day, I'm just wondering if somebody can speak to giving us a sense of where we're at in stock abundance. Like, have the stocks been this low before? And if so, is there a comparable time period that we can look to that might give us some hope? Because this year's outlook looks extremely bleak to me. Last year was not a good situation, and this year's outlook is even less so. So I'm just wondering, are we in unprecedented times in terms of stock abundance, or, in the overall scheme of things, where might we fit?
Maybe James, I'll defer to Zach Liller, JTC US co-chair, try and address your question. Go ahead, Zach.
Yeah, James, thanks for that question. It's important context for folks to have in their mind. For folks that might have the resource available to them, check out Appendix B11 in the JTC report that was recently published. Again, that report's available online at the Yukon River Salmon website hosted by PSC. It's also available online through the ADF&G publications. With respect to run sizes, the run that we saw last year, keeping in mind that it's calculated based on the Eagle sonar plus U.S. harvest approach, that run size is the lowest run size on record since our time series represented in that table from 1982 to 2021. So it's the smallest run size that we've seen and represented in that particular table. With that said, we saw a similar low run size in 2013 that was approximately 37,000. That's the second lowest in the time series. Now, as most folks are aware, run sizes in the first 20 years or so of that time series, so from like 1982 up through the late 90s, averaged in the 140, 150,000 range for Canadian Chinook. Then we saw a substantial decline in total run size in the very early 2000s, where run sizes were in the 50 to 80,000 range, with a short rebound where total run size returned to the low 100,000s up to approximately 150,000 in 1 year. And then beginning in about 2007, 2008, run sizes have been fairly stable in this kind of low abundance regime, representing run sizes primarily in the 50, 60, 70,000 range, with a few bright spots in the 80s, 90s, 1,000, and then of course those two very low run size abundances that I mentioned earlier. So hopefully that helps, James.
It does. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, James. Important context, as Zach mentioned. Not seeing any additional comments or questions from panel members. Maybe check in once more with you, Mr. Co-Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No further questions or comments from the Canadian delegation meeting room at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. With that, I think we'll move into our next agenda item. Again, this is still under the umbrella of the Chinook salmon forecast and preliminary management strategies, and 2022 Chinook salmon management recommendations from the Yukon River Panel. And again, we did have some discussion on this bilaterally in our recent, over last couple of days in camera sessions. And in recognition of both countries having preliminary management strategies of fisheries on Chinook salmon specifically and other salmon fisheries being closed for the upcoming season at the start, with low expectation of that changing throughout the remainder of the run. There are no specific recommendations that the panel is making to the management entities in both countries, beyond recognizing a general expectation that is the plan, management strategy plans for moving forward this season in that regard. Mr. Co-Chair, anything additional to add?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think, in summary, on the basis of the very poor preseason forecasts, coupled with uncertainty due to environmental conditions or losses in river as were observed over the past number of years, certainly the perspective of the Yukon River Panel is that due to this uncertainty and essentially unprecedented time in regards to the health of this stock, that fisheries should remain closed for the duration of the 2022 season. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, thank you for that confirmation, Mr. Co-Chair. So doing another quick time check here, maybe just to further clarify that no specific recommendations from the Yukon River Panel on the Chinook salmon management for this upcoming season. in that regard. So that would be reflected in some form in our panel press release after conclusion of meeting proceedings here in that capacity. So we are a little bit ahead of schedule on our agenda, Mr. Co-Chair. I guess I'd look to any sentiment of continuing with our agenda for maybe checking off some of the afternoon items, or would it be preferable to maybe break a little early for lunch? Maybe take a little longer lunch, and we would plan on resuming at the standard time of 1 p.m. Alaska time, 2 p.m. Yukon time, and we would move into our Mainstem and Porcupine River Chum salmon presentations. I guess there's some options there to consider. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think in light of the fact that we have virtual participants that are likely to be linking into our meetings this afternoon to view the proceedings around the outlooks for Chum, my preference would be to adhere to the schedule as we've outlined as far as proceeding with additional presentations. The only other point that perhaps I would provide is that if there is any desire for delegations to meet in closed session, I think this might perhaps be our only opportunity today, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. And I do appreciate the consideration of perhaps going into a closed session discussion bilaterally. Unfortunately, with the expectation that there may be some time available this morning, a couple of our primary U.S. section panel members had to go out and take care of some family and personal issues, thinking they would be taking an opportune time to do that, with an expectation that we would be seeking perhaps bilateral closed session discussions, perhaps at the end of the day today or tomorrow in particular. So unfortunate that I do see the same opportunity to do so as you mentioned, but I would prefer that we have at least all U.S. section members present for those discussions, Mr. Chair. In that context, perhaps we could meet, or excuse me, we could break a little early here for lunch. And in consideration of your suggestion to keep on agenda with the fall season or fall Chum presentations at 1 o'clock, we would reconvene at that time and proceed with our afternoon agenda items, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm agreeable with that approach. So we will look to reconvene at 1 o'clock Alaska time, 2 o'clock Yukon/Pacific time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We'll see everybody this afternoon. Mr. Co-Chair, just checking in with you if your section is reconvened from lunch, or we need to give it a couple more minutes to proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No, we're at the just past the top of the hour, and in light of time, I'd like to proceed with this afternoon's Yukon River Panel bilateral public session. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Maybe before we proceed with our afternoon agenda items, another quick reminder that there is an opportunity when we convene our public session today for public testimony. There's instructions on the Yukon River Panel website on how to get signed up for that public testimony. And so please do, if any folks that are listening online have interest in providing testimony to the panel, please do check the panel website and get signed up. With that, we will go ahead and proceed with our afternoon session agenda items. Again, the remainder of this afternoon will be focused on presentations on preseason forecasts for both the Mainstem and Porcupine River Chum salmon stocks, followed by both U.S. and Canadian preliminary management strategy presentations on both the Mainstem and Porcupine Chum salmon stocks. And Tom, I guess if you could go ahead and get the 2022 Mainstem Fall Chum forecast presentation set up on screen. That will be presented jointly by Bonnie Borba and Oliver Barker. Bonnie and Oliver, the floor is yours. Proceed.
Good afternoon. My name's Bonnie Borba, and I'm the Yukon Area Fall Season Research Biologist for Alaska Department of Fish and Game, and I'm going to present an overview of the 2022 drainage-wide fall chum salmon forecast, followed by Oliver Barker, who will present the Canadian origin outlooks for the Mainstem Yukon River stocks. This presentation is it's for agenda item 9A, which is on page 52 of your packets, those that are following along there. Next slide, please. So this map orientates us to where the fall chum spawning occurs, which is primarily within the Panel River drainage and upstream to the confluence of the upper portions of the Yukon River drainage. Slide 2, please. There are 3 main components used to develop the forecast. We use the total harvest, US and Canada, which is provided by the fishermen, estimates of drainage-wide escapement, and also the age composition for fall chum salmon. Fall chum salmon have a fairly long data set. We use back to 1974. Slide 3, please. This graph shows the data only back to 1999. The yellow bars represent the estimated drainage-wide escapement of fall chum salmon. The 2 gray bars in the ovals are the primary parent year escapements that will be producing the age 4 and age 5 in this year's return. The drainage-wide escapement goal ranges are depicted in the solid and dashed horizontal lines. Of the 4 age classes, 2016 to 2019, returning in 2022, highlighted in the oval, 3 of them were above the upper end of the escapement goal, and 1 was well within. Slide 4, please. This graph illustrates the productivity of fall chum salmon. How many fish return per adult on the spawning grounds? The axis labels for the lines are on the right side of this chart. The solid horizontal line in this is the 1-to-1 line, representing the number of fish that return for every adult on the spawning grounds to replace itself with an offspring. The jagged solid blue line is the observed production, with most years showing offspring surviving and providing surplus for future generations. From 1999 to 2017, the average production is 1.7 return per spawner. The red line with the symbol on it is the estimated future production based on the historical data back to 1974 using Ricker. But we have no actual returns for these data yet. However, because of the extreme low returns from 2017 as age 4 fish this last year, we feel the likelihood of the age 5 returning at any strength is pretty low. This year's forecast was based on a predicted return per spawner applied to the average predicted to observe from the recent 2 years. Using this method, this year's age 4 component from 2018 is predicted to be closer to the lone blue diamond inside the oval. Slide 5, please. By overlaying the previous 2 graphs, we can illustrate the production relative to the observed escapements. In the past, there are examples of large escapements producing poorly, as in 2005 and 2017. If conditions are right, fall chum salmon have also produced well from low parent year escapements, as observed in the early 2000s. Again, the 4 years that are contributing to this year's run and the 2 primary parent years are highlighted in the oval. The factor driving this year's forecast is the low productivity of the age 4 and age 5 parent year escapements, as shown by the blue line in 2017 and the lone blue diamond for 2018 return per spawner. The estimate of production in 2017 is a new record low of 0.07 return per spawner. The age 4 returning for 2018 parent year is unknown and may be as low as 0.23 return per spawner. Slide 6, please. The table presented provides estimates in the number of fish in the 2022 return by age class. Normally, age 5 makes up 27% of the run, and age 4 is 66%. The return per spawner predicts below average productivity for both primary parent years. Age 4 fish are forecasted to contribute 92%, while age 5 are anticipated to contribute only 4% of the run. Adding each of the numbers by age class in the rightmost column of the table provides the point estimate for the forecast that's rounded on here. This forecast is similar to the run size as observed in 2021. We will evaluate the age classes returning based on the Lower Yukon test fish, both in season and post-season, and we'll begin looking at them when the summer chum salmon enter. Slide 7, please. The 2022 forecasted run size is a range of 78,100 to 148,000 fall chum salmon. The point estimate of 110,000 represents a well below average run size when we're nearly around 1 million chum salmon. Slide 8, please. This graph depicts the historic preseason run forecast, the blue line with the error bars on it, compared to the observed total run size in yellow bars back to 1995. Severe depressions like observed in the late 1990s to the early 2000s and the recent downturn, as well as explosions of returns like observed in 2005 and 2017, are not well captured by Ricker. Note that the preseason forecast has been overestimating for the last 4 years when compared to the observed returns, and that the 2022 forecast is reduced from that predicted last year. Slide 9, please. In this graph, the summer to fall salmon regression is added as the dashed line with the solid red circles. The summer to fall model also does not predict explosions of production, but does a better job indicating declines in the production than Ricker. The 2022 forecast fall chum salmon run size is similar to the run size of 2021 with low expectations. Any improvements in the run will definitely be welcomed, and we'll be looking for at the summer chum to get that glimmer of hope. Next, Oliver's going to take over. Slide 10,
Thanks,
please.
Bonnie. So recall that the standard method we use for Mainstem Canadian origin chum forecasts is to apply a 25% proportion to the drainage-wide forecast. Assume that a quarter of the fish entering the river are those headed to Canada on the Mainstem. This gives a run forecast for Mainstem Canadian origin chum of 20,000 to 37,000, with a point estimate of 28,000. This would be a run somewhat higher than last year, but really that same general range, well below the IMEG, no harvest share for either country. As Bonnie discussed, there's considerably more uncertainty in our forecast this year, given the poor performance of 2020 and 2021 forecasts and those really unprecedented low returns, particularly from 2016 brood year onwards. So it's substantially more conservative to begin the season, taking this recent underperformance into account, remembering that Canadian management is going to be well situated to use that in-season projection once it's developed in mid-July from the summer chum run numbers. Slide 11. So as we did for drainage-wide forecast performance compared to post-season run size, we can look here at the performance of the Mainstem Canadian origin preseason forecasts. That's the dotted line against the postseason run size. Those are the orange bars. Again, really similar patterns. The Canadian origin forecast was over-optimistic in 2020 and 2021, but more generally so since 2018. The 2022 preseason forecast range is the black vertical bar on the far right. Again, slightly higher than 2020 and 2021 run sizes, but not meaningfully so in a management sense. Slide 12. So, as Bonnie described a bit, there are a few contributors to this year's low forecast. We're expecting a very poor return of age 5 fish based on the low returns of age 4 fish last year. With less information on age 4 fish that we expect this year, but certainly there's an anticipation that marine survival will have been low based on patterns we've been seeing over over the past 2 years. And again, not just in the Yukon River, but for chum runs across the North Pacific. We're also continuing to examine potential spawning habitat changes in Kluane River. Those are stemming from a diversion of a Kluane Lake tributary in 2016 following a retreat of a glacier. It's yet unknown whether this is having or will have an effect on production for Kluane River stock, but certainly something that we're continuing to investigate. Keep in mind, however, once we have a good handle on summer chum numbers in the lower river, by mid-July, we'll be able to revise our forecast using that summer chum to fall chum relationship. Slide 13. I'll leave it there and hand it back over to the co-chairs. Thank you.
Thank you, Bonnie and Oliver, for that thorough presentation on forecast for the upcoming season on Mainstem chum salmon. Similar to our morning session, we'll go ahead and proceed with questions and comments from panel members on the forecast presentation. Ragnar Ahlstrom, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, over the years, we've heard that some spawning areas, fall-chum spawning areas are very distinct. They spawn where there's upwelling. I'm wondering if that's true. I'm wondering what the glacial and the diversion has done with this upwelling. If the upwelling was there prior in the Kluane River, what has changed with the glacier receding and a tributary flowing into the Gulf or wherever it's flowing into? Mr. Chairman.
Thanks. Yes, I can speak to that. So the change that occurred was one of the larger main tributary to Kluane Lake, IHU or Slims River. The headwaters were at a glacier. The glacier has retreated, and now the bulk of the water that was coming off of the glacier and headed towards Kluane Lake is now heading south to the Bilateral drainage. That means that there is less summertime glacial melt input to Kluane Lake. The winter water level remains about the same, but the summer water level is between 1.5 meters lower than it was before 2016. The Kluane River is downstream of Kluane Lake, and it gets both surface flow from Kluane Lake and subsurface flow, and that subsurface flow makes this Kluane River spawning area a good place for chum to spawn. That flow has not stopped. There remains groundwater input to the spawning areas on Kluane River. You can see it as you're flying over in the late fall, where there's open water and there are chum spawning there. That open water being an indication of that warmer groundwater coming up out of the ground into those sort of back channel areas. We have been monitoring that area, both numbers of spawning chum and water level and water temperature in spawning areas. We've been monitoring that since 2017. Can confirm that there's still groundwater inputs and there's still appropriate spawning area as we can measure it, and that there are still chum spawning there. It is not a case that chum have been wiped out or that there has been such drastic change that it is obvious there's been a negative impact, but we are very interested. The biggest, especially last year and the year before, those would have been the years when adult salmon would have returned from eggs laid following the change. However, it hasn't been possible to tease apart numbers at Kluane River with low runs in 2020 and 21 across the board, through the whole Yukon River in all spawning areas. So we're continuing to look at it. The worst outcome would be that there is a negative change. That's not a certainty at this point. Certainly, I've seen some areas where there are fewer chum spawning than there used to be, based on our our previous surveys, but I've also seen areas where chum seem to be spawning where they hadn't in the past. So long-winded answer.
John Lamont, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Thank you, Oliver. Related to that same question, from 2016 after the diversion, you still 44% of your fall chum coming through the border spawn in the white in that system?
I will need a couple of minutes to dig up those exact numbers, and I can respond to that with real information.
Yeah, thanks, Oliver. Maybe before you dive into that, one quick question on the same topic with Kluane Lake. I think it's fairly safe to assume that the glacial recession and the conditions resulting in lack of water flowing into Kluane Lake is not going to change anytime soon, that's not returning because of that scenario, so that whatever the implications, if any, with respect to Canadian origin chum salmon from that change will be an adaptive thing, or those conditions will exist into the well foreseeable future. Would that be an accurate assessment?
The headwater, or sorry, the lake at the toe of the glacier, and it's, you know, the water flowing out from there will not return. It will not flow north again unless there's a glacial surge. That area is known for glacial surges, but that's not looking likely based on what we know right now. It's not clear. It is not a guarantee that the way chum are spawning there would remain static. There could be change over time, even if conditions stay the same. But yeah, that water will not flow to Kluane Lake anymore, barring a unlikely glacial surge.
Thank you. Appreciate that clarification. Additional questions and comments from panel members on the 2022 Mainstem chum salmon outlook and forecast? Mr. Co-Chair, any questions from you or the group that you're with there?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just one question, and I apologize if this is peripheral to the specific information that's presented, but might be useful to provide some context for panel members. So acknowledging the outlook for Yukon River chum salmon is very poor in the coming season, are any of our Joint Technical Committee staff aware of similar or different trends in the same geographic area, meaning Western Alaska chum salmon stocks? Are they tending to follow the same trend as what we're observing on the Yukon River, or is this state of decline that we've observed over the past few years unique to the Yukon River chum salmon stock, Mr. Chair?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll go ahead and address that. And it's an excellent question. I appreciate you bringing it up. I guess one thing I'll mention is that of, say, Western Alaska, Eastern Bering Sea chum salmon stocks, so as part of Western Alaska. So I'm generally referring to, say, Bristol Bay, Kuskokwim Bay, Kuskokwim River, Yukon, Norton Sound, and all the way up into Kotzebue Sound. Those Eastern Bering Sea stocks. For the last 2 years, those are not fall chum salmon stocks in that regard. They're what would be akin to the summer chum salmon of the Yukon, with the slight exception of Kotzebue is kind of somewhere in between timing wise, in its run timing, in between a summer and a fall Yukon fall chum stock in its run timing. But all of those stocks, in particular from Bristol Bay to Norton Sound, experienced very similar dramatic declines in run size on those chum salmon stocks. So very similar by extension to what the decline that we've seen on Yukon fall chum. in that regard. Yes, we have absolutely seen very similar trends on other chum salmon stocks in Alaska. And in general, not as much detailed information in that regard, but that's been the trend for kind of Pacific Rim wide. I caveat that a little bit in that the trend is down compared to high abundance. Whether or not, like say Russian or even Japanese chum salmon stocks for that matter, have seen a similar dramatic crash of the scale that we've seen in say those Eastern Bering Sea stocks, chum salmon stocks is unclear. And maybe no indication that it's been that dramatic of a crash, just that the abundance trends are down in some of those other stocks. So yes, we've absolutely seen closer to home in those Eastern Bering Sea stocks, a very coastal Western Alaska trend of very low chum salmon abundance. That's akin to what we've experienced and observed for Yukon River fall chum salmon. And maybe one additional quick addition to that is that, interestingly, I guess, that the level of detailed data that we have for, say, those Eastern Bering Sea or Western Alaska chum salmon stocks is somewhat highest on the Yukon. The ability to have annual estimates of total run abundance, as an example, for both summer and fall chum salmon on the Yukon is somewhat higher than we have in, say, Norton Sound or even Kuskokwim River, for that matter. We're definitely making advancements in that regard from some of these other systems, and I guess inclusive of Bristol Bay. So we have some of the most detailed data and long-term data sets, for that matter, on the Yukon River summer and fall chum salmon stocks compared to some of these areas. But regardless of that, the data that we do have available from the last 2 years is akin to what has been experienced and observed on the Yukon for both summer and fall chum. Oliver, go ahead.
Thank you. Just returning to panel member Lamont's question. Thanks for the couple minutes to get that squared away. So the average, so looking at calculating the White River component based on, we've done that based on genetics collected at Eagle. So what proportion of fish passing Eagle are genetically identified as White River origin? So and since 2016 or 2017, has that changed? The short answer is no. The average from 2009 to 2016 was 44.8%. The averages in 2016 were 29.3, 2017 45.1, 56.4 for 2018, 51.6 for 2019, 41.8 for 2020. The average there, coincidentally, is exactly the long-term average of 44.8. So no change detectable in White River proportion entering Canada since that diversion of the river into Kluane Lake.
Thank you for the follow-up, Oliver. Appreciate that. Additional questions and comments on the chum salmon outlook and forecast? Okay, not seeing any. Again, thank you to Bonnie and Oliver for the presentation. We'll move on to our next presentation on the agenda. And again, this will be both the U.S. Mainstem chum salmon management, preliminary management strategy presentation, followed directly by the Canadian Mainstem chum salmon management, preliminary management presentation. And we'll go through both presentations and then address questions, comments from panel members afterward. So Tom, if you could bring up the U.S. management strategy presentation, and Christy, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm Christy Gleason. I'm the Yukon River Fall Season Manager with the Alaska Department of Fish and Game, and I'm based out of the Fairbanks office. I'll be presenting the fisheries management considerations and strategies for the Yukon River Mainstem fall chum salmon for 2022. And you can follow along with this presentation on page 66 of the Wednesday tab. Next slide. This is a summary of the 2022 outlooks for fall chum salmon that Bonnie and Oliver explained. And so just briefly, for the Yukon River drainage fall chum, we're looking at a run of 110,000. And for the Canadian Mainstem, about 28,000. And then for the Fishing Branch River, about 4,000. And each of those forecasts have a range around them. None of those are expected to meet the escapement goals or the IMEGs. These forecasts will be revised in mid-July, and that'll be based on the summer to fall chum salmon relationship that was explained earlier. Next slide. Our management strategies are guided by the fall chum salmon management plan. Note that our drainage-wide escapement goal for fall chum salmon is 300,000 to 600,000 fish. For this coming season, we're forecasting a run below 300,000, and so we will be in the red zone on this table. And that means that subsistence, commercial, personal use, and sport fishing is required to be closed at the start of the fall season. And we're also not expecting to meet any escapement goals on the Alaska side as well with this low of a run. Next slide, number 4. Some additional fall chum salmon management considerations that we have include the uncertainty of the 2020 and 2021 runs. And it's likely that 2022 will also be low and below our forecasts. Every year we also look at our parent years, and looking at this coming season, in 2017 the escapement was 1.7 million, which is really large for fall chum salmon. And in Bonnie's graphs, it shows that we don't get good escapements or good returns off of those large escapements. Compared to our 4-year-old escapement was 654,000. And we tend to get better returns of fall chum salmon off of those run sizes. We're also paying attention to the effect of the loss of spawning habitat that was discussed for the Kluane River drainage, and that does affect the Canadian northern fish that could be returning in 2022. Genetics is run on White River drainage stocks that include the Kluane River, and they contribute 14% of our drainage-wide fall chum salmon run on the Yukon River, and 44% of the Mainstem on average that cross the Eagle cross the Mainstem at Eagle. Another thing that we're paying attention to is the 4-year-olds that are returning this year in 2022 are coming off of the highest juvenile abundance we've observed in our northern Bering Sea surveys that have been conducted for the last 20 years. And while we don't have a model that shows high abundance of juveniles results in high abundance of adults returning to the Yukon River for fall chum salmon, we do have researchers that are working on developing a model. And this model would be similar to the Chinook salmon juvenile model that's used. Next slide, number 5. Looking forward to this season with the salmon closures, we do plan to allow some subsistence fishing opportunities for non-salmon, and this would be very similar strategies listed here to 2021. So for non-salmon subsistence gear, we plan to allow 4-inch or smaller mesh gill nets that are 60 feet and shorter in length for salmon conservation purposes, and these other gear types that are listed here for non-salmon gear. We also plan to allow for selective gear for non-salmon pink, sockeye, and coho salmon. Gear types would include dip nets, hook and line, beach seines, and manned fish wheels. And if we have a conservation concern for fall chum salmon or Chinook salmon, we would require that these species be released alive from these gear types. And similar to 2021, we would start relaxing restrictions on October 1st and transition that date with the fall chum salmon migration timing upriver to districts and subdistricts. We also plan to maintain salmon closures in important salmon spawning tributaries, and this would include the Kayakuk, Tadrinjik, Porcupine, and District 6 tributaries of the Tanana River. Next slide. And with that, we will hold off for questions and hear from our Canadian managers.
Thank you, Christy. And next we'll proceed with the Canadian 2022 preliminary Mainstem chum salmon management presentation. And as soon as it's up on screen, Chris, feel free to proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Co-Chair. Good afternoon again. My name is Chris Carley, the aquatic science biologist for Fisheries and Oceans and Whitehorse, and I'll present the Yukon River Mainstem fall chum salmon management outlook. Slide number 2, please. These are the anticipated chum salmon assessment projects occurring in Yukon in 2022. Slide number 3. As you heard in the 2022 chum salmon forecast presentation, the anticipated Mainstem Canadian origin outlook is for 20 to 37,000 fall chum. This is well below the interim management escapement goal of 70 to 104,000, and as a result, there will likely be no harvest share available for either the US or Canada. Slide number 4, please. Like I said, with Chinook, the management regime at the beginning of the season is guided by the preseason forecast, which is used to set expectations for that year. Preseason planning and subsequent decisions are the result of technical analysis and based on advice received during consultations with First Nation governments, stakeholders, the public, and from these Yukon River Panel meetings. Slide number 5, please. Because of the anticipated low numbers of fall chum, there's unlikely to be a First Nation allocation, and the commercial, domestic, and public angling fisheries will remain closed throughout the season. That being said, in-season management decisions and a revised in-season forecast will be based upon the summer chum, fall chum relationship assessed at pilot in July, and the estimated run abundance from pilot and eagle sonar throughout the season. Slide number 6. Thank you very much. Yeah, are there any questions?
Thank you, Chris. Again, I think we've all gotten used to much longer presentations in even recent years on all of these management strategies. And given that the outlook is not good, the shortness of the presentations is reflective of that. Mr. Co-Chair, questions, comments from your group?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have a question from Canadian panel member Tim Gerberding.
Yeah, thanks for that. And thanks to Christy and Chris. My question has to do with your allowed subsistence gear, and this question might actually be more relevant to Chinook than it is chum, although it's relevant to both. So I'm understanding that, you do allow fishing with non-salmon gear for both Chinook and chum, and 4 inches or smaller, no longer than 60 feet. I'm wondering if there are, or whether you might have considered, in addition to those restrictions on length, any restrictions on depth, and perhaps even certain instructions as to how those nets should be hung. Because I know that for Chinook salmon in particular, deeper nets are certainly more effective than shallower nets, and nets that are hung more loosely are sometimes more effective than nets that are hung less loosely. But so are there any restrictions on depth of net or any or the manner in which nets are hung when it comes to subsistence fishing? Thank you for that.
Yeah, thanks for the question. For the 4-inch or smaller mesh gill nets that is used for non-salmon, we don't have a depth requirement. We don't have a requirement and regulation on how they're supposed to be hung. We do have that 60 feet or shorter length restriction, and that's specifically for salmon conservation to keep that gear short, because we know that non-salmon run in the near shore areas. And other than that, I would turn to our fishermen in the room to give their local knowledge on how they use 4-inch nets.
Eric Weingart, go ahead.
Yeah, so typically right now, to even find 4-inch gear is kind of difficult for most fishermen, but if you do happen to find gear, it would be 29 mesh and typically about, I don't know, 6.5 to 7 feet in depth when it's hung. And most of it's hung with a light lead line too, because its intention is to catch whitefish and other small species. But I can say, like last year, as many people in my village, there was very few even using 4-inch. A lot of people have just given up if they can't find the gear. So I know just in my area, there's just a handful of people even put out 4-inch nets during the summer, even into September. So I don't know if that helps you, but again, it's difficult. There's one company here in Anchorage that last year had a hard time even providing gear, even people were calling. So that was part of the problem for last year.
Thank you, Eric. John Lamont, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Thank you for that, Mr. Gibberdine. But most of the time, in my area anyways, we're not allowed to even set our 4-inch net on the main stem. We have to go into the side sloughs and do our targeting and that's what we target is the whitefish. I'm not really sure. There might be a fisherman from up around the Yukon River Bridge or Eagle that may explain how they set their 4-inch nest. Stretched, I know it's about 9 feet, and then when it's hanging in the water, it doesn't go deeper than 6 feet. So, and then that's, like I said, we target our whitefish and pike and Cisco. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Tim, did you have any follow-ups or anything along those lines?
No follow-ups. Thank you for that.
I guess maybe one other quick thing to mention in the question is that, and maybe it speaks more as much to Eric's comments as anything, is that whether it's access to the gear, whether it's just the general aspect of subsistence fishing within Alaska, but we noticed that even though non-salmon subsistence fishing was open in Alaska all season last year, the harvest of non-salmon still went way down compared to prior years, even with salmon restrictions, significant salmon restrictions in place during those years. So I think there is any indication that the harvest of non-salmon increased as an attempt or an effort to try and replace or supplement the lack of salmon fishing and harvest last year in particular was not indicated in a pretty significant decline in also non-salmon harvest last year. Ragnar, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, along those lines, we're hearing reports anecdotally that the largest biomass of fish in Northern Sound is saffron cod, locally called tom cod. They were hard to find them in the fall time. I think they're coming into spawn in the coastal sloughs. Folks had trouble finding tom cod. And secondarily, in the fall time, we have a run of Cisco, whitefish, a type of whitefish. Those were very sporadic folks were having a problem finding when the cisco start running in the fall, they're fairly steady, and folks were having a problem finding cisco. The cisco one was sporadic, which I guess tends to, I guess anecdotally, there's something happening out in the Bering Sea. So that might have been kind of one of the reasons that at least the subsistence take of whitefish was down. People are having problem finding them. So you go into side sloughs like John Lamont says, you have the broads and the humpback whitefish which kind of stay there all the time. They're moving in and out of these sloughs depending on water levels and so on, but they're kind of there, and those were good. Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, thank you, Ragnar. We'll go to Mr. Co-Chair, and then we'll go to Sven. Mr. Co-Chair, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have a follow-up question from Canadian panel member Tim Gerberding.
Not so much. I was just, I guess, expressing a little bit of surprise that, subsistence fishing for non-salmon species would have declined along with, fishing for salmon. That, and I know how dependent the Lower River people are on fish, and so I would have expected, the harvest of non-salmon species to actually increase just out of necessity, quite frankly. And I was just expressing a little bit of surprise, but not so much a question. Thank you for that.
Yeah, thank you, Tim. Go ahead.
Yeah, and I just want to kind of add to what Eric and Ragnar were talking about as far as the lack of non-salmon species. There was even a lack of lamprey yields several years now, and that's another food that folks kind of rely on, and we haven't been able to catch those either. So whatever's happening out in the ocean is affecting lots of other animals.
Yeah, thank you for that, Sven. Additional questions or comments with respect to the management presentations, or management, I guess, specifically on Mainstem fall chum? Christy, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to add a little bit about what we observed with non-salmon fishing effort this year and last year. I think one reason why we're seeing only about a third of the non-salmon harvested that are harvested in a normal year is because not everyone has a 4-inch or smaller mesh gill net. We've heard that loud and clear from many villages up and down the river. They're having a hard time getting a 4-inch net. And so the nets they do have, like the 6-inch and the 7.5-inch, they're not being used. And with salmon fishing closed, there's just not a lot of gill nets in the river. People up and down the river have said that the river's empty. You drive in a boat from one village to another, there's no nets out. It's pretty depressing with these low runs. So I think the effort is down. People don't have the gear needed to harvest non-salmon efficiently like they would with a gill net or fish wheel while they're salmon fishing.
Yeah, thank you, Christy, for that additional insight. Caroline Brown, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. I just wanted to make a final comment on the non-salmon fishing. Several years ago, our division did research on traditional knowledge of non-salmon fishing in most parts of the Alaskan portion of the river. And I just wanted to echo some of the things that we heard from panel members and advisors and alternates about that, especially in the spring, especially during the open water months, a lot of that fishing occurs in side creeks or sloughs or tributaries rather than in the main stem. It's not really until under the ice fishing that we would see that in the main stem, and even that's pretty close to sloughs and stuff. And then just also that in terms of success fishing in abundance, I would say, at least from the work we did a couple of years ago, that the the local populations, some of the whitefish populations are anadromous and some of them are not. And of course, other non-salmon species tend to be more local species, but the populations tend to be highly variable depending on where you are in the river. And there's a lot of fluctuation in those populations according to local knowledge and local observations over time. But it's a pretty big stretch of river and a lot of real estate there, and there's a lot of differences and variability in the populations.
Yeah, thank you for, excuse me, thank you for that, Caroline. Just checking if we have any additional comments or questions. Okay, seeing none. Maybe one more check-in with Mr. Co-Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No questions or comments from the Canadian delegation meeting room at this point.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So with the conclusion of our presentations, again, moving into the next agenda item 10, 2022 Mainstem Fall Chum Salmon and Yukon River Panel Management Recommendations. Quite similar to the Chinook salmon panel management recommendations. The panel recognizes that in the absence or expectation of closed salmon fishing for fall chum salmon this coming season, that the panel does not have any specific recommendations beyond those expectations for the upcoming season on chum salmon in the Mainstem of the Yukon River in that regard. And yeah, I guess I'll maybe leave it at that and see if Mr. Co-Chair has any additional details or information to speak to. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No further statements with regards to management recommendations. Again, acknowledging that in absence of fishery harvest opportunities, the benefit of providing specific management recommendations is not necessarily there. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, thank you. So continuing with our agenda, again, we're at about 10 minutes to the top of the hour, still a little bit before our scheduled break time at 1/4 past the hour. Mr. Chair, with your concurrence, I guess I'd suggest maybe we could proceed with the 2022 Porcupine River outlook and forecast presentation and entertain some questions that I expect might bring us to about 1/4 past the hour. And then we could take our break at that time. When we return from break, we would proceed with the management presentations. Alternatively, we could break now to keep things in line with the overall presentations as a whole. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think perhaps just given the timing, we should proceed. And there may be an opportunity for the Yukon River panel to break for a delegation closed session briefly in advance of public testimony. But again, and that's only if the opportunity presents itself. But in that respect, again, my recommendation would be to proceed with the presentation of the forecast and outlooks for Porcupine and Fishing Branch Chum, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So let's go ahead and proceed to our 2022 Fall Chum Porcupine River forecast presentation. As soon as we have it up on screen. Again, this will be presented jointly by Bonnie Borba and Oliver Barker. And the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. And certainly, while this was developed by both Bonnie and I, it's quite brief. So in the interest of time, I'll present and we'll both be available for follow-up. So slide 2, please. Like the Mainstem Canadian origin chum forecast, the Fishing Branch chum forecast is based on the drainage-wide forecast. And as recap, we've seen this a number of times already. The drainage-wide forecast for this year is 78,100 to 148,000 fish with a point estimate of 110,000. Very low, the average run being in the neighborhood of 1 million fish. Slide 2. The fishing branch chum forecast for 2022 is similarly low. This forecast is based on a 4% proportion of the fishing branch stock in the drainage wide run. And for this year, that is 3,000 to 6,000 fish with a point estimate of 4,000. This is in the same range as runs we saw in 2020 and last year, and it's very poor. Slide 3. Looking at the forecast versus run size performance for fishing branch, with the forecasts shown by the black dotted line and the postseason run sizes, the green bars, we see that same large overestimation for 2020 and 2021 that we saw for the drainage wide and Canadian Mainstem forecasts. There is also a more persistent overestimation back through the last decade, with the exception of 2016 and 2017. Now, the 2022 forecast range is that vertical black bar on the right. Again, same vicinity as the last 2 years. Slide 4. So in summary, low forecast for the drainage wide run means a low forecast for the fishing branch stock, between 3,000 and 6,000. Just recapping again, those contributors to this year's low forecast. We're expecting a very poor return of age 5 fish from the 2017 brood year based on low returns from age 4 fish last year. Less information about age 4 fish this year, but anticipate their marine survival will also have been low based on the patterns we've seen over the past 2 years in the Yukon River and elsewhere in the North Pacific. All in all, similar outlook to last year's poor run. Now, again, keep in mind, once we have a good handle on summer chum numbers in the lower river by about mid-July or so, we'll be able to revise our forecast using that summer chum, fall chum relationship. Slide 5. And I'll pass it back to the co-chairs. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Oliver. Again, unsurprisingly, a relatively short presentation in that regard. Open up the floor to questions and comments from panel members. Eric, go ahead.
This isn't a question, it's just a comment. I'm still very concerned about the numbers returning the fishing branch and hoping that we'll find some sort of reason why they keep on declining. With no fishing going on like last year and still having, getting down just a few thousand fish is troubling to me. So I just want to let people know in the Porcupine and fishing branch that I am concerned and hope that with research we find something soon.
Yeah, thank you for that, Eric. I think you share the sentiments of many panel members and stakeholders throughout the drainage. I guess on that note, there's one thing that I think might be worth mentioning for the panel, that with some of the increased funding that the state and federal agencies in Alaska have received with respect to what's called Yukon River Treaty implementation programs, of the various programs that are being implemented and will continue to be implemented over coming years. One of those is to reinitiate a sonar program on the Chinook River in the lower Porcupine River tributary of the Porcupine River in Alaska. One of the main motivations for restarting that project that's been discontinued for around a 10-year time frame, so resulting in a significant gap, a data gap from that program, was driven by trying to get more information on whether what was being observed even prior to this recent decline in overall fall chum salmon in the last 2 years, but several years prior to that, we were seeing dramatic declines in just the fishing branch portion of that population on the Porcupine. So restarting that project would be, were we seeing the same kind of trends in, say, some of the other significant fall chum spawning tributaries, Porcupine River tributaries in Alaska, with the Chinook being one of those locations that's been monitored historically. So we will be initiating that sonar project again this coming season. So it's I certainly wish that that had happened sooner, or it didn't have to get discontinued at all. But hopefully in the coming years, we'll have a little bit more insight and a little bit more data being collected on the Alaskan side of the border, specifically within the Porcupine drainage, that may help us to gain more insight into the more longer term declines that have been observed in Porcupine River fall chum. We'll go to Andy next and then Virgil. Andy, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I concur with Eric. I have a lot of concerns for that area. It's been a long time and we just can't seem to figure out what's going on. But I guess the questions that I have is, I'm not sure if the JTC would be appropriate to answer this, or maybe Bonnie or Oliver. So I've noticed pretty consistently on a lot of these long-term graphs that show the predictability of what the returns are and then what the actual returns are, that there's a very consistent trend that as runs are increasing, they're underestimated, but as they're decreasing, they're overestimated. And I'm not a statistician or a mathematician, but if you could maybe give me a little bit of insight as to why that happens, that would help me a little bit. And it doesn't have to be too deep, just a relatively short answer would help me. I'm just trying to understand that phenomenon. And then the other question that I have is, you know, I can remember when the fall chum crashed really hard back in at the turn of the decade here. I'm sorry, 2000s, 98, 99, 2000s. There was a lot of effort put into fall chum on the Porcupine, on the Mainstem. Chinook and Chandler were operating at that point in time. And I'm just curious how tightly we have genetics baselines, and is there a difference between Porcupine, Chinook, and Chandler? If you could just refresh my memory with that, because I just can't quite remember if we had that level of detail in those genetic analysis. Thank you. Those are the questions. Appreciate it. Appreciate the work.
Hey, Andy, this is Bonnie Borba. On your first question, we make our forecast using Ricker for fall chum salmon, and it's basically taken an, it's like an average of what's been going on. Now we have a longer data set for fall chum than what they have for Chinook, and we do have a combination of, we have several really high years, and we have several examples of really low years. So we have a lot of contrast in our data. So it kind of helps it that we have a long data set, that it's gonna be a little closer to what it is. But it's not gonna show you these big explosions like that one year when we had 8 return per spawner. I mean, that was like off the scale. And then and it doesn't do the downturns that well either. I don't know what else to say about it. I mean, the summer to fall works better than our forecast, and I figure we'll keep using that most likely as our best guess of what we're going to have coming back. On the,
if I may, if I could just follow up real briefly. So I guess, yeah, I understand what you're saying, using the Ricker curve. Is that an inherent flaw of using the Ricker curve? Because I notice it seems to be a trend in not only fall chum, but in some of the analysis on Chinook salmon and some of the others. So it seems to be a consistent trend over time to not be able to project those increases or those decreases. So, you know, I'm just trying to understand if that's one of the inherent difficulties with using the Ricker curve as your predictor.
Yes, the answer is yes, but there's nothing better at the moment. And for this, I mean, we haven't gone through the exercise that Chinook did. Maybe, you know, in the future, if we do that, we'll get some other tools for this one as well. But the summer and fall is working pretty good. So I don't know when we'll get to that analysis.
Copy that. Thank you.
And then your second question's on the genetics. Right now, Border US, we break it down, or it's US Fish and Wildlife runs the stuff for us, and it's the Border US stocks are lumped together, and that includes the Chandler samples. It has Sheen Jack and Black River in there, which is another the Black River up in the Porcupine drainage. It's another system, and we do have samples from there included. Fishing Branch shows up, you know, separately, good by itself, but that has a different issue that we can't get enough, you know, we can't collect enough samples down at Pilot to make those numbers worthwhile. But the stock, the Chandler stock with the plus the Sheen Jack stock is a really good, it's a large component of the run. Because mostly we have that Border US stock, Chandler plus Sheen Jack, the Mainstem into Canada and Tanana River are our three main stocks and the three main parts in our genetics that we can tell apart for fall chum salmon.
Copy that. Quick follow-up. Has there ever been any evidence of straying of fall chum from one system to another, whether it be between Chandler and Sheen Jack or Fishing Branch and some other U.S. stream?
I'm sure there are some. I don't, you know, we don't really have any records of it. We have some tagging information but we don't know if it's because of tagging that, you know, they've tagged some fish at the border wheel and they've turned around and gone up fishing Porcupine. And we've had some of the fish that were tagged at Rapids when Eiler was doing the fall chum. We had one go, we caught it in our Kantishna wheel, and then we caught it again in the Toplat wheel. So it completely went up to the Toplat spawning grounds, you know, even though it was headed up the Mainstem Yukon. So, except for, you know, unless we have a tagging thing, we don't really have that much data on it, but I'm sure it does occur.
Okay. Yeah, I guess my question would be if the sonar or whatever starts working up in some of those Chandler, Sheen Jack, if genetic samples are captured there, it might be interesting to pay attention to see if there is any strain. I don't know that it would be in such a large amount that it would make a difference, but it would be interesting to document that phenomenon. Anyway, thank you, Bonnie, and thank you, Oliver. Appreciate your work.
Yeah, thank you, Andy. Appreciate that. Virgil, go ahead.
Okay, my question is, being there's been so few fish up the Fishing Branch this year and last year, what did the bears do?
I can speak to that. Certainly, having been on the ground at Fishing Branch last year when we had such a low run, the bears were somewhere else is the short answer, and that's based not only on our observations at camp at the weir, but also there's a sort of a wildlife viewing sort of filmmakers camp at near the spawning area, and they saw very, very few bears as well. This is an area that doesn't have a year-round salmon food source. It's not like some of these sort of areas in coastal Alaska with many different runs. There's just that pulse of chum in the late fall, and so the bears there, by necessity, rely on other food sources for the rest of the year. And in the past couple of years, I suspect they've just continued to rely mainly on those other food sources.
So they left early, or when they showed up and there wasn't hardly any fish? I was wondering if the bears just took off and went and looked for moose or something.
Presumably, I mean, our observations were that the number of bears that we would usually see, the frequency we would see them, just wasn't there. Some showed up briefly and then weren't seen again. They simply weren't spending time at the river, not like they would in a year with more salmon.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Virgil. Mr. Co-Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and perhaps some supplementary information from Canadian panel member Stan Jutli.
Yeah, good afternoon. You got to wonder, like in the future, what analysis going to be made for the Porcupine River in terms of the lack of salmon, the fall chum that will be coming up there into the fishing branch. Like the number 4,000, it looks good on paper, but on the other hand, I don't think that possibly that 4,000 is going to make it, because they're mixed in with the other fishery, with the other Yukon River chum that are coming up the Yukon River. So, and possibly they like the numbers that be coming up are probably, it's going to be lower than expected. And the future of that run coming up Porcupine definitely gives you an indication as to what can happen to the rest of the Yukon River at this point, with the chum, with the chum stock that are coming up the Yukon River, and when they enter the mouth. And they're good quality when they enter the mouth, but and therefore quality fish makes good for a lot of uses. But I think that it's on fishing branch, you're getting up there and you're looking at if the bears are not there, and Virgil was asking a question. The bears are they got no problem finding food up in North Yukon. They got a smorgasbord up there. So there's a variety of food. They got caribou, they got moose, they got mice, and freshwater fish, and probably a lot more mice than you can handle up there. Like if you walk in the bush someplace up there, you walk in the up on top of the hills where there's a lot of like white spruce and a lot of moss, and there's a lot of mice in there. They eat up the mice. It's like it's some places you can walk and you just can't help but step on the mice den, and that's what they're eating. They eat the food that the mice are gathering. They break up the den, the mouse den, and there's a lot of good healthy food in there. There's roots, there's mushrooms, there's berries, there's everything in there. So, and so the bears don't have a problem getting food, and then they also eat caribou calves along the coast of the North Slope area, and during the summer along with the eagles. So they they don't have a problem there. So I think possibly it doesn't really affect the population of the bears or what the bears will be doing for food, I think. So just that information, I think that's on the bears itself, but I guess the bigger concern is the in-river, what can we do about it? What can we do about the porcupine chum, to look at the stocks itself, or to look what we can do more in terms of, like, historically, I'll make this comment now, is that what can we do about putting eggs in the gravel on a fishing branch, and the possibilities of making changes to make that happen. And just some of that paradigm thought I thought I'd make. Thank you. And my statement.
Thank you, Stanley. I do very much appreciate and find it in this group to be fortunate to have that local knowledge and insight to be able to relay to all of us. Always appreciated. John Lamont, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Thank you, Mr. Najutli. I know you had stated this past year, the water level being really low and a cold winter freezing down the eggs in the gravel. So it does look horrible for the brood year for this year and 4 years coming. So I don't know, have you noticed it in past history? Some of those spawning streams drying up or with very little water and then freezing down? Thank you.
Yeah, on the, John, on the fishing branch river, there's a groundwater that's welling up all the time and it seems to be there year round. And this year it's a little lower than usual, but it's still, the water's still coming out. And out of the river for 10 kilometers, as you usually do, from where it wells out of the ground. That's for the chum stocks that lay their eggs in there. And then also on Chinook, I was talking about earlier on that where on Minor River, where there's reds on the Minor River for Chinook. And that river this fall has probably froze to the bottom in some of those areas. It'd be interesting to see what happens here. I think probably like I think if it's froze into the gravel, and when the ice go out, the gravel and everything else will just lift up to the bottom of the ice and be carried down further, and whatever's in that gravel would be pushed down further down the river. So whatever happened to the at that point to the Chinook that spawned that area, you know, with eggs and whatever happened to them, that's definitely left up to nature.
Yeah, thank you again, Stanley. And again, feel fortunate that we have your knowledge of the local area around there to be able to inform and educate all of us in that regard. Any additional questions or comments from panel members on the Porcupine River forecasts? Okay, seeing none, I think we'll go ahead and take our scheduled break here. Close to right on time in that regard at 2:15, and we'll reconvene at the bottom of the hour at 2:30 Alaska time, 3:30 Yukon time. Mr. Chair, any additional comments?
No additional comments, Mr. Chair. We'll look to reconvene at 1/2 the hour. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Co-Chair, just checking in if the Canadian section and delegation is ready to proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, indeed we are, and happy to proceed with remaining presentations for this afternoon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So next on our agenda will be presentations on the U.S. and Canadian preliminary management strategies for Porcupine River fall chum salmon. We'll start with the U.S. strategy and follow directly by the Canadian strategy, and then we will take questions, comments, and discussion from panel members. So Christy, as soon as the presentation is up, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon again. I'm Christy Gleason, the Yukon River Fall Season Manager for Alaska Department of Fish and Game. And in this presentation, I will explain the 2022 fisheries management strategies of the U.S. portion of the Porcupine River for fall chum salmon. And you can follow along in your packet on page 87 under the Wednesday tab. Next slide, number 2. And we heard that the drainage-wide forecast is for 110,000 fish, and the Canadian Origin Fishing Branch River make up about 4% of that drainage-wide forecast. This means about 4,000 fish, and it is unlikely that we will meet the interim management escapement goal, which is 22,000 to 49,000 fish. And so with this forecast in the U.S. portion of the Porcupine River, we're expecting that all subsistence salmon fishing will be closed, similar to the Yukon River drainage. And keep in mind in mid-July that we are going to revise this forecast and make a preseason projection, and that will guide our early management decisions for the fall season. Next slide. And during the season, we used the Mainstem Yukon River sonar near Pilot Station to assess the run in the lower Yukon River. We also used 2 projects in the upper Yukon River to guide management in the Porcupine River. And these projects include the Porcupine River sonar and the Fishing Branch River weir. And we also rely on local observations and report from fishermen along the river. Next slide. And based on the forecast, the 2022 management actions in the U.S. portion of the Porcupine River drainage will be similar to the actions that we took in 2021. And this will include all subsistence, personal use, sport, and commercial fall chum salmon fishing closed in the Yukon River drainage, including the Porcupine River drainage. And specifically in the Porcupine River drainage, we plan to allow for subsistence non-salmon fishing, and this gear will include 4-inch or smaller mesh gill nets that are 60 feet and shorter in length if we have a conservation concern for salmon, and other non-salmon gear that we listed in previous presentations. We also plan to allow, consistent with the rest of the Yukon River drainage, selective gear that would include dip nets and manned fish wheels. And if there's a conservation concern for fall chum or Chinook salmon, we would require that these species be released alive from these gear types. And similar to actions that we took in 2021, we would have the Porcupine River drainage remain closed to subsistence salmon fishing through December to protect their spawning grounds. Next slide. And with that, we'll pause for questions and hear from the Canadian managers.
Thank you, Christy. Again, we'll go ahead and proceed with the Canadian management strategy presentation for the Porcupine. And Chris, as soon as the presentation's up, the floor is yours. Feel free to proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Right, this will be a pretty brief presentation as well. So just a reminder, I'm Chris Carley with Fisheries and Oceans in Whitehorse, and I'll review the 2022 Fishing Branch River Fall Chum Salmon Management Strategy. Next slide, please. So this figure identifies where the Fishing Branch Assessment Project is in Northern Yukon. Slide number 3. We've seen this slide before, so I'll just run through it again. Like with Chinook and Mainstem chum, the management regime at the beginning of the season is guided by the preseason forecast, which is used to set expectations for that year. Preseason planning and decisions are the result of technical analyses and based on advice received during consultations with First Nation governments, stakeholders, the public, and from these Yukon River Panel meetings. Slide number 4, please. As you heard in the 2022 Fishing Branch River Fall Chum Salmon Forecast presentation, the anticipated outlook is for 3,000 to 6,000 fall chum, which is well below the interim management escapement goal of 22,000 to 49,000, and as a result, there will likely be no available harvest. In-season management decisions and a revised in-season forecast will be based upon the summer chum fall chum relationship assessed at Pilot Station in July. And I think the next slide is the last one. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chris. So again, we'll have opportunity for questions and comments, clarifications from panel members on the Porcupine River management presentations to open the floor to any questions or comments. Again, I suspect maybe many of the questions or comments might have been addressed during the outlook and forecast presentation in that regard. So maybe I'll, as folks are maybe thinking of some additional questions or comments, I'll go ahead and proceed to the next agenda item focused on Porcupine River fall chum salmon management recommendations from the Yukon River Panel. And again, similar to both Mainstem, fall chum, and Canadian origin Chinook salmon in recognition of the present or the preliminary management strategies from both countries of no expectation for fisheries for the upcoming season for Chinook chum, Mainstem chum, or Porcupine chum, that there's no specific additional management recommendations from the Yukon River Panel to the management agencies in both countries with that expectation that that is the plan for the upcoming season. So very unfortunate and very difficult management strategies and expectations for this upcoming season. I think that's recognized by all panel members in that regard, that as we continue to try and address and conserve these stocks, that it's going to result in significant hardships and impacts on fishermen from both countries and throughout the Yukon River drainage in that regard. So I do recognize that unfortunately the Canadian co-chair needed to step out for a moment. So I did want to certainly check in with any Canadian section members if they have any additional comments or questions in that regard. Certainly the floor is open to any US or Canadian panel members that would like to address questions or add additional comments. Ragnar, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I was reading through the Porcupine River Salmon Plan that was provided, I think, a year ago or so. In it, it references coho. I was just wondering if there was any thought of any surplus of coho that these folks can utilize. Or I don't know if I heard coho. It was all about false, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, thank you, Ragnar. Maybe I'll go to Christy first, if there's any information that you can weigh in on that. Definitely asking Chris and or Oliver if they could weigh in too. Perhaps Stanley might have some insight into this as well, but go ahead, Christy.
I'm not aware of very many coho that go up the Porcupine River drainage. I know there is some observations from the fishermen in Old Crow, so they would be better to speak to that. I know there is coho documented in the Anadromous Waters catalog in the Porcupine River tributaries on the US side, but I think they are in fairly small numbers. So we, like in our non-salmon gear types, if the coho run is doing okay on the US side, we would allow retention of coho if they were using the dip nets and the manned fish wheels, and we would be requiring the release of fall chum and Chinook. So that's how we would manage for coho on the US portion of the Porcupine River drainage.
Yeah, thank you, Christy, for that. Maybe Chris or Oliver, if you have any additional information to add specific to the fishing branch and the Canadian portion of the Porcupine drainage on coho.
Sure, I can certainly speak to it, but I'm going to defer first to Stanley Najutli. I think he's got the hands-on experience in this fishery. If not, I can certainly speak to it.
Yeah, thank you, Oliver. Stanley?
Yes, thank you to Alaska members for being concerned about the Porcupine River chum and our alternative food source. We're an isolated community as other communities in Alaska, so you have an understanding as to when you're not having one resource of food, then you got to look at an alternative for a food source, which comes off the river or off the land. So for the chum salmon on the Porcupine River, when they reach Porcupine River in Old Crow, they're, I would say, a majority are good quality eating fish. And some of them, if you're on a high grade, you would say 1 out of every 8 fish would be really like good quality fish to eat, and for human consumption. And the rest you can make a salmon pate, if I can get a recipe from the Alaska side on that matter for making salmon pate. So the other part is the coho is up and down. Some years you can get if you fish in November and December, you can get maybe 300 or 400. Like if you're consistent for about a month, if you fish, have your net under ice, and for coho, and the color would be really changing by that point. And then there's some years you can put a net in November, December, and you just won't catch anything. So they've already gone by already, they're just not in the river, because in September, because some years in September, late September, you can get the early coho, and they're really good quality in late September, and so. And there you can catch about 10 or 12 of them at a time in a fish net a day. But other than that, and in October you can't fish because there's slushes running, and then the river is full of slush, and just can't get any fish at that point in the river. So you got to wait till it freezes over. And in some years there's nil, and some years there's an average. You can, the whole community can get about 500, and then there's years when you can get more. So there's really no I would say run size, but that's just my view on what happens on Porcupine with coho. Yeah, thanks. Thank you.
And
thank you very much, Stanley. Go ahead, Oliver.
Just follow up with one, just a clarification with Stanley, actually, that this fishery, the ability to fish for coho really depends on river conditions. And if the ice is early or late, then you may have no opportunity at all, given that perhaps even the bulk of the run is going by when you can't be on the river with either a boat or a snow machine. Is that the case?
Good to go. Yeah, we would fish in the river until late September with a net, gill net, with a river boat, and then in probably in winter under ice in November. So you can put a net in the river under the ice in November and December to catch fish and to see what's in there for Chinook. And some years there's nil, and some years there's a good run. And if you can get 300 within a month, you're doing pretty good. But if you're not, if you're in some years you just don't get any, so you pull the net after 1 week of setting it in there, and then there's no coho, then there's no coho. So it's up and down. There's just inconsistent in terms of the run. It comes up Porcupine on coho. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks again, Stanley. And again, consistently recognizing and appreciating the value of having your knowledge, local knowledge from that area is much appreciated. Excuse me. Any additional comments, questions from panel members? Okay, seeing none. That does conclude our agenda items for today. In the interest of ensuring that any interest that observers and other stakeholders, members of the public have in the ongoing agenda items through tomorrow for our public session meeting, we won't go ahead and proceed into tomorrow's agenda items at this time, so that they will be on schedule as planned, if anybody was planning to attend or observe our meeting proceedings tomorrow in that regard. So it looks like we will be able to wrap up our session today a little bit early in that regard. I guess I would check in with Victor Keong from Pacific Salmon Commission with respect to the status of our signups for public testimony. And again, trying to find out if the individuals that have signed up would be available to provide their testimony perhaps a little earlier than maybe originally anticipated.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Yes, we have two folks who have signed up to provide public testimony this afternoon. First is Elizabeth McDonald, and secondly, Andy Bassage will be providing from Anchorage. Thank you.
Thank you, Victor. And are they prepared to proceed a little bit earlier with their testimony at this time?
I haven't received confirmation from Elizabeth, but if she's listening right now, please do call the line, the numbers that I provided to you yesterday. If not, if you're delayed or for some reason, we can begin with Andy. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Co-chair, this is Andy.
Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, I do want to check with the co-chairs. A part of my testimony is being able to put a few pictures or graphics up on the screen, and I wanted to make sure that that is okay with the co-chairs and confirm with Tom Alp that he does indeed have those and would be able to put those up on the screen.
I guess I wouldn't have any concerns in that regard. But again, just to clarify, Andy, recognizing that you are a U.S. Yukon River Panel member, that I'm presuming that your testimony is your own personal testimony in that regard and not representative of the panel along those lines.
Absolutely.
Okay. Tom, do you have status on the pictures that Andy was referencing?
Hi, thank you. Yes, I can share those. That's fine.
Okay. If that's the case, and I guess, Victor, if you could maybe touch base with Elizabeth, find out and coordinate with her on availability to present her testimony a little bit earlier, we can go ahead and proceed with Andy's testimony.
Thank you. Will do.
Thank you, Victor. Andy, go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Co-Chair, panel members and public. Tom, if you could bring up, there's no particular order to the pictures that I sent to you at this point in time. So if you can pick them, put them up, and then I'll advance them as need be. So for the record, my name's Andy Bassich. I am a panel member, but I'm here to speak to you on behalf of king salmon. It occurred to me today at lunchtime that I went down to the Yukon River and I drilled a hole in the ice to get my weekly water supply. And by the way, the ice is about 32 inches thick, which is 80.5 centimeters. And we're all watching that very closely now due to the upcoming breakup season. But as I was looking down the freshly drilled hole into the Yukon River, as always, when I'm out on the river, one of the big things that comes to my mind is what that river provides for me and what it provides for literally thousands of people up and down the drainages and the shores of the Yukon River. It is the lifeblood of the people who live along the Yukon River. And what has occurred to me over the last couple of days in listening to all the comments and studies and data is that there's one entity missing from our discussion, and that is king salmon and fall chum salmon. And so I would like to just present this to you. This is not something where I'm trying to influence anybody. I'm just simply trying to represent king salmon and fall chum salmon to a lesser account at this point, and to try and instill maybe some dialogue between countries, some dialogue amongst fishermen to help pull people together to work in these difficult times. It's my view that the only way we're going to solve this problem is with the fishermen on the river and their commitment to protecting king salmon. So with that being said, this is now the voice of a king salmon. And the king salmon is saying to you, what do I need? Well, king salmon says, I need clean water. The only way I can live is through clean water, not polluted waters. I need clean water to survive. The king salmon says, I need a safe place to rear my young. The spawning streams, they must be clear, they must be non-polluted, they must be accessible. I need abundant food in the pastures, and the pastures represent the marine environment. If the abundant food isn't there, then the fish are not going to survive. They're not going to be able to eat. They're not going to be able to grow. They're not going to be able to survive. I need safe passage to those pastures, meaning the outmigration of the salmon. It's really important that they have good passage to the oceans with as little effects on them as possible. Once out in the pastures, what do I need? I need low pressure on my offspring when they return. So as the salmon come back upriver to spawn, especially in low times of abundance, we need to keep low pressure on the offspring so that as many as possible can make it back up to where they spawn. And finally, what do I need? I need a big family. I need siblings, I need aunts, I need uncles, I need grandparents, I need great-grandparents to survive. Because with that survival of a large family, I can give back. So now the question is, what can I give back to you? With a large family, I can give you life. All of us rely on salmon for our lives along the Yukon River. With a large family, what else can I give you? I can give you security. I can give you food. I can give you security for long periods of time if you give me a large family. With a large family, I can give you joy. The joy of capturing salmon, of being self-reliant, of knowing you have that food security, just the simple joy of practicing a subsistence or traditional lifestyle. With a large family, what else can I give you? I can give you appreciation. Appreciation for the struggles that salmon go through to live their entire life cycle, constantly under multiple pressures. The appreciation that this majestic creature, one of the few creatures on the planet that does what it does, can continue to do what it does. I can give you, with a large family, marvel at the beauty of these salmon, at what they give us, what they provide for us. With a large family, I can give you a cultural future. The native indigenous people on the Yukon River have been depending on these salmon for thousands of years. And it's our duty to make sure that they can continue to do that for thousands of years. And most importantly to me, personally, what can I give you with a large family? I can give your children a future. Without a large family of king salmon, our children on the Yukon River will not have a future of these king salmon. So these are the things that I'm asking people to keep in mind. I know it's true for everyone on the Yukon, and I'm asking that people keep this in mind when we have our meetings. One of the things that I always keep in my mind when I come to a meeting is when I first got involved in the Yukon River fisheries back in the late 90s and the early 2000s, URTFA was a very strong organization, and I went down to one of their meetings. And in the very first meeting, one of the elders from the lower river spoke, and he said, "If we fight over salmon, they will go away." And that really resonated with me. And I've always tried to keep that in mind when we're discussing Yukon River, because we all utilize the salmon differently, but we all have a shared respect and responsibility towards them. To me, those were some of the strongest TEK messages that I've ever heard. So I don't want to go on for a long period of time. I'm here to encourage and try and keep a positive light on our discussions, to try and foster cooperation, understanding, to work together river-wide. And I'd like to encourage that we all work together to try and, over the next year or two, come up with some long-term commitments to king salmon. I think the only way we're going to be successful is through long-term commitments. I think that when we manage salmon year to year, that we are failing in the long-term vision and what those salmon are asking us to give them. So I would really like to encourage future talk, future brainstorming, problem solving. Let's come together, work together as a people, find consensus, and build on those consensus in meaningful ways. And I think we're getting there. I think we're starting to. I think that's going to be a long process. And I think the most important thing that I really want to stress with what I'm speaking here, showing these pictures, is that we need to make every effort through management to protect and foster older age class of fish, the 7-year-olds. So Tom, can you scroll backwards now to the very first picture? Okay, this is a picture that I took back around 2000, 2001. And in my left hand, which would be on your right, are the egg skeins of a large salmon that was about 28 pounds. On the left was what we consider to be a jack here. That was a fish that was around 8.5 to 9 pounds. So that's what got me started on my observations of the effects of declines of salmon. Tom, can you go to the next picture, please? So this is a picture that was taken in the upper Teslin rivers, I believe. I'm not sure who this individual was, but of course holding up a large king salmon. And I believe this was taken back in the 70s, maybe the 80s, I'm not positive. But it's a picture I came across and I have actually hanging up in my house to remind me of what we used to see on the Yukon River. And I do want to preface this by saying, you know, one of the things that I hear a lot of times is people only take pictures of big fish that they catch. And I think that's absolutely true. Tom, can you go to the next picture, please? Thank you. So what I find interesting about this is that all of these fish are very large. And I found this picture in a book about the Yukon Territory. And I think the caption said Yukon River catch upper river, and I can't remember the community, but it was the upper portions of the Yukon River drainage. And what I really love about this picture is yes, there's diversity in size, but what I'm seeing now that I've never seen, what I see here that I don't see now is how large and broad the fish were. I can remember when I first started fishing on the Yukon River, they were so large that you couldn't cut them completely through with a large knife. You had to go from the belly and you had to go from the back to cut through them. And what I realize is that these are the salmon that produce those tremendous runs back in the late 80s and early 90s. Tom, next picture, please. That's fine, thank you. So this is a picture, this was taken back in maybe the early or mid 2000s when we had some openings. But what I want to point out here is what I call the fish have changed, and they're now what I consider to be torpedo fish. And I think that's what's leading to some of the loss of fecundity. They just aren't large, big, broad fish. But this is kind of an average fish from that time frame. Next picture, please. And just that very same fish that I was just holding up, just to give you an idea, that's a 14-pound fish. So that I do ASL on all of the fish that I catch, and I have ever since I started fishing in about the mid 2000s. I started realizing the importance of that. So I do that just for myself, but I just want to put that in perspective. That fish was a 14.05 pound fish. And the next slide, Tom. So this is something that I have in my mind a lot recently over the last year or so when I received this and I really started looking at this. And I think this is really important. And if you look at the blue lines, there's a Canadian total run sizes, which used to be 50% of the run. I guess now it's down more like 42%, or managers could correct me and give you that number, but it used to be 50% of the run when I first started on the Yukon River Panel. The yellow line are the Salcha, and the gray lines are the Chinook, which are the two largest producers of salmon on the Alaska side of the border. So these three stocks combined are somewhere between 60 and 70, 75% of the run. It's my understanding. That may have changed. I'd be happy to have JTC or managers weigh in on that. But the point is they're the fundamental largest aspect of what the contributions are to all salmon, king salmon on the Yukon River. And as you can see, that black line is an average. And anything below that indicates that there is an abundance below average, and everything above it is certainly above average. And going back into the 90s, you can see that around that time in the late 90s, that's when I can remember when I came on the panel, a lot of the people up in Teslin were speaking to the changing size of salmon. And that's why I have the beliefs that I have, that so much is tied to these large older age class fish as to the ability to reproduce at larger states. Now, I will definitely say that I think the marine environment is probably playing a huge role in it too. But the fact is, if the fish aren't carrying as many eggs as they used to, if they're smaller, then they simply can't reproduce the same more fish with less eggs. It's just a physical impossibility. But this is something that I think is the heart of our discussion over this past week, and that is how can we stop that trend? How can we get that trend to get back up closer to that black line? And I don't know what the answers are, but I guess what I'd like to leave this public testimony getting people to remember is just remember that we are below the line. What can we do as fishermen together collectively to do this? I'd also like to encourage everybody to have understanding and that everybody uses the river and the resources a little bit differently. And finally, what I'd like to do is remind people that we have to work together on this. We have to have clear and open and honest discussion about it, and we have to not be offended. And I'm noticing, maybe it's due to COVID, but I'm just noticing people are very touchy now. People tend to take offense very quickly. And I think a lot of that is due to the COVID and what's going on with that. But I think for us to move forward, we really need to have clear discussion, work together, find that commonality, and begin to build on that for the future. And yes, we're going to have disagreements. And yes, there are going to be times where you feel like maybe you're attacked or whatever. But I think the important thing is to swallow that, come to the table. Let's not throw stones at each other. Let's talk. Let's see what we can do to come up with some solutions long term, because I think managers are not going to fix this problem for us. Managers basically have mandates, but they also are very strongly influenced by the people that they're managing, and they want to do the best they can. And quite frankly, I think they've done a very good job. And it's up to us, the fishermen, to make decisions on how best we can help these salmon to give us life, security, joy, appreciation, marvel, cultural future, and most importantly, our children's future. And that concludes what I have to say. Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. I'm hoping everybody takes this as a positive light, because I really feel like if we can get ourselves in a positive state of mind, I think we can come up with positive results. That's all I have, Mr. Co-Chair. Thank you for the time. Appreciate the opportunity to speak to the panel as a private individual.
Thanks, Andy. I do appreciate the presentation and your comments. And regardless of it being personal testimony to the panel in that regard, I think you definitely expressed many sentiments that is shared by panel members from both countries in that regard. So I do thank you for that. I guess I'd see if there's any.
Yes, that's my intent. John, that was my intent. My intent is, I know that all that I said is in the heart of everyone. And sometimes when we get into these discussions, we tend to forget that and we get caught up in other things. But I know exactly what I said is exactly the way everyone feels about salmon in their lives on the Yukon River. So this is meant just to be a reminder, not a lecture. Thank you.
Yep, thanks for that, Andy. Seeing if we have some questions in the room here. No, but looks like we have a question or comment in the Yukon River Panel member meeting room.
Yes, thank you, Andy, for making that presentation. Just based on that, it leads me to want to make other comments and give testimony in that area too. Is the fact that we did do something for the salmon in the Porcupine River. When we got a land claim settlement back in the day, 1994, and thereafter, we were in position, we had an opportunity to protect our river system, and we protected the fishing branch river. We negotiated with the government of the Yukon and the government of Canada to protect the watershed of the fishing branch river. And we, it was not an easy process, as managers would probably know and understand that, to be able to sit down with the government to negotiate an agreement to protect a whole watershed of a headwater river system to protect the river system for the salmon, for the chum salmon. So that water would not get polluted from the headwaters if there's any hydrocarbon development in that area. So we accomplished that after a number of years. And it was a daily process where we're dogging the government every day and the bureaucrats to basically sit down with us and on a daily basis to get that agreement. And we accomplished that. Leadership changed hands, but the consistency did not change in getting that area protected. We did that for a chum salmon. So we've done something about it. So now, you know, and that's what we have we accomplished through the land claims process. So we took that process and we did not look at it in a way that's where they're, you know, to basically point fingers at other people to say that this is not good. We were sitting there pointing fingers at the Yukon government, say this is not a good situation, and that's where we would still be today. But we haven't done that. We took a positive approach. We took a more advocacy role in dealing with the government of Yukon, from the First Nation, from VGFN, to get that area protected. It was a long drawn out process. And nevertheless, we have an ecological reserve that's protected in spawning grounds, and the watershed is protected for fishing branch. So it's in agreements. It's in our website, the VGFN First Nation website. So it's there, and that's what we have done. We definitely looked at that, and we made that accomplishment for the salmon, but not for ourselves, for the chum salmon. So we've done our part. We've done what we can, and to look at how we can basically have that species of salmon coming up to spawn and have it there for the future. So we've done something in one sense. So on the other hand, like comments in terms of like we've you know, if you look at some of the comments that are made, it's the fact that, you know, there's other hydrocarbon development continuous in Yukon that's happened globally. It's just a matter of having the right policy and guidelines and environmental policies to protect some of those areas. And I think if we're looking at the fact that we want to fish and continue that, then I suggest that we make that argument under our own merit to do that, rather than blame or have fault. So that was the contribution that we made. And that's just a comment that I want to make. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that, Stanley. Appreciate it. I don't know, Andy, you wanted to respond at all?
No, I think Stanley speaks very well for himself, and I think that's exactly the kinds of things that we keep needing to bring up, is that people are taking action the best way they can. I think we're on the threshold of you know, trying to come up with new ideas and new ways to stem the declines. I don't know that we can rebuild things right away given the productivity the way it is, but I think if we keep clear visions and are consistent over a long period of time, I still feel like we can be successful, but it's going to take everyone working together. And hearing those positive things that take place, like what Stanley just spoke about, I think is an important part of people hearing during meetings and discussions, so that it's a positive entity that comes into the discussion. Because I'm a firm believer that positive thought promotes positive results. So thank you. And I appreciate your efforts up there in Upper Porcupine, Stan. I know you're going through hard times up there with the fisheries and have been for a long, long time. So you guys are probably the one group of people that have been bearing the brunt some of the longest periods of time with these low returns. Thank you.
Any additional questions or comments from panel members? Not seeing any. So I guess I'd check in with Victor again if we have a status. I'm sorry, Brooke Woods, go ahead.
Hi, John. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can, Brooke. Thank you.
Oh, great. Andy, I have a question. You mentioned clear passage at the mouth for out-migrating salmon. And can you clarify what that means? From my experience, the Yukon is quite vast at the mouth. Thank you. Oh, and then my other comment is many of us along the river do year-round work to ensure that we have salmon returning, and I appreciate your testimony.
Yeah, thank you, Brooke. And quite frankly, I was hoping during our communications production or report to recognize you, because I think you're the future of our salmon. And I really appreciate the level of you have gone into fisheries management, fisheries conservation, and it's the youth coming up, the younger people coming up that are going to really be having to deal with these issues long term. So I applaud you and recognize the hard work you do. In regards to the younger fish, one of the things that I had worked on quite a few years ago to try and quantify, although it was really difficult to quantify, is that I feel very strongly that some of these non-salmon species predate on salmon fry on their outmigration. We do know that, fall chum go the whole way to the ocean the first year. King salmon oftentimes rear for a year in side streams. I believe Randy Brown and Dave Dahm did a number of studies on salmon fry and mortality and where they're rearing in the side streams. And one of the things that I recognized early on in the crash is I was focusing on trying to catch sheefish and pike and other species. And what I was noticing is I was seeing a lot of salmon fry in their bellies. And I think one of the impacts of that over time that we didn't really realize is that it used to be when the salmons were strong, families were out in fish camp all summer long, and they were there early. And most people had dog teams 20, 30 years ago. And so they had to feed their dogs. And so they would be out there fishing for these non-salmon species to feed their dogs until salmon came up and they could feed their dogs, whether it be fall chum or heads or guts or whatever. So it was my feeling that with the decline of families going out and being in fish camp throughout the entire summer, and there were quite a number if you added them up all along the Yukon River, that some of the impacts of their lack of harvest of these non-salmon species that are very predatory on salmon may be having an impact on our out-migrating fry. And so we were never able to really prove that. It proved to be a very difficult thing because of exactly what you said. The salmon swim a long way. It's a very big river. The farther down you go, the harder it is to study them because the river gets so big. But the evidence was there through those studies that indeed does take place. What can we do about it? Well, I don't know at this point in time, but I would like to say, save a salmon, eat a pike. and that's not a bad thing because most pike are pretty darn good to eat. And what I noticed is sheefish also consumed a lot of salmon fry as well as other fry. So that's to maybe to help you have a really broad, high-level view of what I'm talking about. Those are the kinds of things, if we can focus on some of those other fish, you know, inadvertently, we're helping ourselves, but we're also helping the salmon fry hopefully make it to the ocean, rear, and come back. And thank you for the question and the ability to clarify that thought.
Yeah, thank you, Brooke. Thank you, Andy, in that regard. Not seeing any additional comments or questions. Again, I'll check in with Victor on status of Elizabeth's testimony. Victor?
Yes, Mr. Co-Chair. Yes, Elizabeth is ready to go, and she's just in the waiting room right now.
Is she still in the process? Yep, we can hear you, Elizabeth. Please proceed with your testimony. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. So I'm Elizabeth McDonald, and I'm the Fisheries Manager at Yukon First Nation Salmon Stewardship Alliance, which is housed at the Council of Yukon First Nations. So at the last meeting, I shared with you my family's relatively short salmon story, which spans a few generations. I won't go back over that, but I wanted to stress that salmon are very important to me and my family. I'm concerned for them and their survival. And you're all very aware of the hardships facing fishers, our communities, and of course the salmon. I know that you've all worked very hard and made the best decisions possible, and I applaud you for your work and taking on this responsibility for the people along the length of the river and the salmon who don't see the border. I want to ask you to take on one more responsibility. I urge you to take time on your next agenda to work towards a restoration or rebuilding plan for our Chinook and Chum. A rebuilding plan is part of the Yukon River Salmon Agreement and under your purview. Our efforts of closing fisheries hasn't been enough. We need to find a way to rebuild these salmon runs. And I just really want to thank you all for your efforts and continued dedication to salmon people and of course our salmon. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that, Elizabeth. Guess I'll look around, see if there's any questions or comments from panel members on Elizabeth's testimony. Not seeing any. Again, thank you, Elizabeth, for taking the time. Appreciate you joining us this afternoon. Hope you're able to observe meeting proceedings through tomorrow as well. And thank you for your testimony. Just another quick check-in with Victor. I believe that concludes public testimony signups for today. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you, Victor. Mr. Co-Chair, I believe that concludes our agenda for today. Again, we're a little bit ahead of schedule here, a little over a half an hour or so compared to our scheduled time. I mentioned previously, I'm not sure if you had joined us yet again at that point, but I think it'd be best to just maintain tomorrow's schedule as planned in recognition of any individuals that were planning to observe the specific agenda items that are in front of the panel for tomorrow, and so that they aren't surprised if we end up proceeding prior to that time frame. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I agree that from a bilateral public meeting session perspective, we would look at resuming at 9 a.m. Alaska time, 10 a.m. Yukon time on Thursday, the 7th of April, and we'll start our agenda off with an update on Restoration and Enhancement Fund program projects that were initiated in 2021. Mr. Chair.
Yep, thank you, Mr. Chair, for that confirmation. So we will go ahead and adjourn our public session today. I guess I would ask that both U.S. and Canadian members maybe remain online for now, maybe have some initial discussion about having some additional closed session discussions, taking advantage of the time available to us for the remainder of today. So Tom, I guess if you could go ahead and close down the live stream, we'll go ahead and let us know when that's been accomplished, and we'll go ahead and proceed with some initial conversations.